Welcome to the main stage of the SOSV Climate Tech Summit. If you're watching me now, you're in the right place to watch the first of 2 days of interviews with many of the founders and investors inventing and financing the decarbonization of our precious planet Earth. My name is Sean O'Sullivan, and I am the founding and managing general partner of SOSV, which is the host of this event. SOSV is a multi-stage global venture capital firm which invests from inception, meaning right at the very start, in deep tech companies whose technology will improve human and planetary health. SOSV is one of the world's leading climate tech investors with more than 150 climate tech firms in our portfolio. Our co-investors include virtually every climate tech investor, from DCVC and Coastal Ventures to Temasek, Lower Carbon Capital, and Bill Gates' Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Many of these firms are our partners in this production. More on that soon. I am speaking to you from SOSV's New York City facility, which overlooks Penn Station in Manhattan. Today and tomorrow, I will be introducing sessions with the help of my SOSV colleagues here, as well as at SOSV's other labs and deep tech workshops in Newark, New Jersey, and San Francisco. Along the way, we'll tell you a bit about the incredible lab and engineering spaces and the people who work here. You might ask, why does SOSV invest a huge amount of energy in producing this summit? Good question. We do it because founders and investors face a crushing intellectual challenge. Think of all the industries, the science, the engineering, and the capital encompassed by what we call climate tech. The daily struggle to keep up and learn more makes mainstream venture categories, like enterprise software, look like grade school. At our past 3 climate tech summits, thousands tuned in, and we got a lot of thank yous. So we're back because we all have a lot to learn. Before we get rolling, I would like to make a few observations about climate tech investing. In the conversations today and tomorrow on the main stage of the summit, you'll hear a lot of analysis about the downturn in venture capital investing. Some of these conversations will swirl around the pretty massive impacts of the surge in interest rates, the excitements, perhaps overblown, of generative AI, and the come down from the COVID peak of unsustainable valuations. What you'll also take away is that investors and founders have learned a lot in the past 5 years. There's been extremely fast-moving investments made across a huge variety of industries, from food and ag to energy and transportation, all in the name of decarbonization. There has never really been anything like this in venture capital before. Yes, venture capitalists do have a tendency to go a little gaga when new investment manias surface. Look at social media networks or crypto, or not long ago, or generative AI today. But those obsessions usually represent a specific technology looking for a big problem to solve in the real world. The climate tech category, on the other hand, encompasses the entire physical world. That's dozens of technologies across every industrial sector. That's a lot harder, a lot broader. There's so much to learn. And in the past 5 years, it's fair to say that investors, SOSV not the least, have learned a lot of lessons. The first is that magical thinking is a bad idea. There are no special market exemptions for climate tech in the real world. The hope that consumers or enterprise would pay a green premium has so far turned out to be wrong. It's no basis for building a solid, repeatable business. What works in climate tech is a better product at a market price that also happens to be a winner for decarbonization. That sets the bar very high, but anything else is a waste of time. The second is that government tax credits and grants can be a dangerous distraction. I don't mean to knock the IRA's $200 billion invested so far, or the many other often important sources of non-dilutive and R&D capital. But investors and founders must be extremely careful to distinguish strategic launch support from continuous life support. The first builds bridges to market success, and the second produces zombies. Conscientious investors can't have zombies propping up their portfolio. Another lesson is that venture is not some sort of Leviathan, able to spin up vertically integrated industries that go on to decarbonize and dominate some critical sector. Yes, they're are examples to the contrary, notably, for example, Tesla. But betting on megacorns that take decades to emerge is not a strategy which is compatible with venture investing. If climate investing were like enterprise software, this would be easy, but it's not. What does that tell us? Two things. First, to make a return and have impact, VCs and founders must focus on industrial sweet spots, the parts of the supply chain that new technology can disrupt and decarbonize in a reasonable period of time. That might be robotic 3D weavers for zero-waste local apparel manufacturer, a company called Unspun, or optics-based stimulation for cell-cultured products in pharma or food production, a company called Prolific, just to reference sweet spots for two SOSV Climate Tech portfolio companies. There are probably thousands of sweet spots across all industries. VCs know only a fraction of them, but our job is to find the founders who know just one really well, and to do that many, many times. Second, we need to go corporate. Those founders who know the sweet spots will learn much faster if they are learning directly from the corporates who will eventually be their customers. At SOSV, we are seeing many more corporates join funding rounds far earlier than ever before. That's a great sign, but we need to get smarter earlier about how to make the most of this trend. Corporates are scanning for those sweet spots as well. Finally, we should be on a war footing when it comes to climate tech investing. This is about the survival of humankind. VC on its own won't be enough. It'll also require government involvement, public policy changes, and corporate commitment to change their means of production. But if we're smart, we can play a big role. Smart means being relentlessly honest and constantly iterating and adapting to surface the best breakthroughs and support the founders who will bring them to market. This is the world's largest gathering of climate tech founders and funders, with over 5,000 attendees expected over these next 2 days. We have a lot to learn together. To finish introducing the summit, let me turn to my colleague, Dr. Sabria Stukes, who is a partner at SOSV and also our Chief Science Officer here in New York City. Sabria earned her PhD in biomedical sciences from the Albert Einstein College of Medicine. She was the founding associate director for the Masters in Translational Medicine program at the City College of New York, where she focused on training scientists and engineers in the hands-on process of medical technology commercialization and healthcare innovation. Sabria, welcome.
Hi, Sean.
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's so nice to always have you in our offices.
Yeah. So tell me, what have you guys built, Stephen and yourself and the whole team here in the last several years?
Well, since coming to New York in 2022, what we've been able to build is a really strong community and network of founders, funders, and like-minded individuals who all have the same goal of supporting human and planetary health technologies.
Awesome. Looking forward to seeing the space over the next few days, and we'll get on with the show. Thanks
Absolutely.
so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Sean. You may remember me from last year's summit, and it's great to be back on stage. Let me quickly explain this little three-ring circus that we call the summit so everyone knows how it works. Today, October 16th, is the start of the main stage programming, and it will continue tomorrow, October 17th. It'll start at 8 a.m. Pacific and go until about 1 p.m. on both days. All the sessions have been pre-recorded, so anyone can view the stream during those hours, and it's completely free. You can send or post the link to this page anywhere, and people can join in real time. After the event, on or before October 19th, all of these sessions will be posted in a YouTube archive. So anyone who is registered for the event will receive an email with all of these links. In other words, whatever you miss, you can watch later. So that's the main stage. Today and tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. The second ring of our summit circus is what we like to call the breakout sessions. These actually started on Monday, October 14th, but they will continue throughout the week. These breakouts are live events produced by our partners, which include many of the most famous investors in climate tech, such as DC VC's Rachel Slaybaugh and Zach Bogue, Lower Carbon's Shuai Yang, and Khosla's Rajesh Swaminathan. They take place on the Zoom Sessions platform and are listed at the top of the agenda page. The third part of the summit is the VC Founder Matchup, which runs all of this week. The Matchup is a super efficient networking system designed to connect VCs and founders based on category, stage, location, and more. There are already well over 1,000 participants registered and many meetings booked. You can learn more about it on this site, Just look for Matchup in the navigation on the top of the site. One more thing. We need to give a big shout out and thanks to Goodwin Law and Carta for sponsoring this whole shebang. Now, let's kick off our main stage agenda with the first session for the summit. Drum roll, please. 2024. Are we starting a new chapter in climate VC? According to Sightline Climate, despite soaring to record heights and even appearing briefly to defy the VC downturn, climate investors in the first half of the year tapped the brakes hard, slowing total investment by 20% and deal count by 26% year on year. The slowdown has hit across all stages, and yet there were also massive funding rounds for companies like geothermal juggernaut Fervo, which raised $244 million, and hydrogen driller Coloma, which raised $246 million, among others. We've asked 3 of the most experienced investors in climate to unpack the latest trends and tell us where we are headed. Our returning moderator is none other than Alex Wilhelm, co-host of the Week in Startups podcast and founder of Cautious Optimism, a new publication focused on tech, money, and power. Over to you, Alex.
Thanks, SOSV. It's great to be back. I do want to start today with a couple of numbers. If you look at venture capital data from the first half of this year, Sightline says that total investing in climate tech was down 20% year over year to $11.3 billion, down 41% from the second half of last year. Deal count is also falling, and it does seem that Series B and later climate tech startups are having a harder time raising money. At the same time, if we take a look at our planet, CO2 emissions are at or near record levels, land and ocean temperatures are rising, hurricanes are getting stronger, and sometimes it seems that the whole world is either under a heat dome or underwater. So this panel could not be more pertinent to the world today, and I'm very glad to be joined by 3 excellent venture capitalists. We have Gabriel Craw, Managing Director of Prelude Ventures. Gabriel, say hi.
Hey there. Thanks for having me on. Good to be here.
My pleasure. We also have Mike Schrepfer, founder and partner over at Gigascale Capital. Mike, say hi.
Hey there. Happy to be here.
And last and certainly not least, we have Milo Warner, a general partner over at DCVC. Milo, hey.
Hello.
All right, actually, Milo, I want to start with you because in the DCVC Deep Tech report, you guys wrote something that I thought was both provocative and fair. I'm just going to quote here. In some ways, the current climate tech pullback is both expected and welcome. At 2021 levels, too much money was pouring into companies that lacked the fundamentals they would need to thrive. Valuations went up, couldn't be supported through revenue growth, and now those companies are struggling to raise. Does that mean, Milo, that the current retreat in climate tech investing that I just outlined isn't as bad in reality as it appears to be on paper?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, just to build that out a little bit, I think we have some massive tailwinds that are supporting industrialization for climate tech. We have this massive piece of onshoring that's happening, starts of new manufacturing facilities in the US are up 10x over the past 5 years. And we have an entire generation of digital native entrepreneurs that are out pulling technology out of our academic institutions and pushing them into industry. So there's this just 2 huge subsets coming together. I don't think the numbers describe accurately what's happening. I think that there's tons still happening in the climate space.
Okay, so that's actually relatively encouraging. But Mike, I want to get you on this as well. Sightline said that today round sizes are actually healthier compared to what we saw in the 2021-2022 market, quote, mania. So again, is what you're seeing on the ground a little bit more rosy or sunny than what we're seeing in the data?
Yeah, I mean, I've been around since the 90s. So I started my first company right after the dot-com bust and saw the mania going up to the dot-com boom and then bust, 2007, 2008. I've seen sort of them in all. We tend to go through these cycles. I would describe, the 2021, 2022 time as a little bit over exuberant in the sense of, you had rounds going off where someone say, hi, nice to meet you. We're closing on Friday. Here's some crazy valuation. Let me know if you want in or not. That is not the way to run diligence for a company that's going to take 15 years to hit sort of massive scale. And so I think what we have now, what I'm experiencing is a bit more of a rational process where we take some time to get to know each other. I'm not saying months, but weeks. And also a lot more pressure on companies where I've been at from the very beginning, which is look, you got to be a good business. At the end of the day, people want to buy your product because they like it or because it costs less. There are not many other business models out there. And I think that too many people are sort of building on hopes and dreams and weren't doing enough of, techno-economic analysis and other things, customer vetting to make sure that you could build it there. We're seeing, basically bimodal distribution is companies that have strong core economics and a strong team have oversubscribed rounds, have no trouble fundraising.
Can I just jump in there, Mike? I think one thing that's really interesting is that we have a lot of capital in the early stage. There's probably 50 early stage investors. And when we look at PitchBook, there's probably $20 billion of dry powder in the early stage. Then you have the industrialization phase, and then you have this growth phase, and the growth phase probably has $125 billion. There's been an enormous number of funds announced kind of in growth, and that's kind of like after the first factory has been built. And then you look at that industrialization phase, kind of like the in-between, and we see a very small handful of funds operating in that space, maybe $7 billion of dry powder. But there is definitely a gap in there, but I think the companies that are making it through industrialization are incredibly strong and robust companies.
Is that industrialization gap or that kind of middle territory, is that getting easier, smaller, or faster? Or is that roughly as difficult as it was not just 3 years ago, but maybe 5 or 10, Milo?
Yeah, I mean, that is the missing middle that everybody is talking about, right? And so that space is defined as you have built a pilot, it is totally functional, it is working, you have some nascent customer traction, and you are now entering the missing middle. And I think people are getting very creative on how they're navigating that. It's forcing companies to be very capital efficient and laser focused on operations.
Okay, now, Gabriel, before we jumped on today, we were talking about first of a kind, people trying to build factories, and you said that you thought that the current conversation about that was a little bit overblown. So can you please bring that into Milo's point about the missing middle and the difficulty of kind of scaling up factories?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to sort of even back up to something, Shrek, that you said just a second or a minute ago. I think people kind of tend to forget that the economy, fundraising, capital investment, venture capital, these are cyclical. Booms come, booms go, busts come, and then they go. And, I think a lot of the angst and the panic that some people are feeling and communicating is genuine and legitimate. And some of it is just like they haven't been through one of these before. Like Mike, I was around the dot-com, the telecom boom. I was working in an optical telecommunications company in 2001 when just like all of our billion-dollar companies went 1/10 of their valuation in the course of a few weeks, right? I was working in a bank in the Great Recession in 2007, 2008, where people had been in the industry for 30, 40 years, had never seen anything like that, right? So yeah, this is another one of those cycles. For the missing middle, I think there's some component to that. It's a hard spot to invest. You can lose money quickly doing it. And on the other hand, I think a lot of it comes down to the companies. They have not articulated clear value proposition. They have not pointed to a really big opportunity that their progress has unlocked. And therefore, there is not missing capital. There is plenty of capital there in many instances. What there is a bid-ask spread. Capital is available. It wants a price that the company is not willing to accept. If the company doesn't want to accept that price, then I'm in those companies. We have to be better at articulating the value proposition. We have to be better at articulating why this saves the customer money, why it is a better product, why it has more value. Those things again that Shrek was talking about. So yeah, there's a bit of that. I agree, Milo, but a bit of it's a little bit overblown in my opinion.
So there's two issues here. One is there's a lot of early stage funds, a lot of later stage funds, fewer focused on this, quote, missing middle. But Gabriel, your point is that some of these companies just aren't maybe ready to raise that next tranche of capital. So it's more on the founder's side than the investor side. Is that a fair summation?
But I don't say they're not ready. Maybe some of them are not, right? And some of them, they needed more time and more capital to make the progress that creates the value inflection point. But many of us, and I don't want to just say on the founders, it's the company, it's the investors, it's us who are in the company, haven't really thought through what was the demonstration point? What were we working towards? And how does that demonstrate value creation in the future that you can say, hey, if I put money in at this valuation now, next time we need to raise money, it's going to be at a 3x, 5x valuation because we will have de-risked something, we have demonstrated more value. You just have to be laser focused on that. And I think in the easy capital days of 2020, 2021, it was easier to lose sight of that.
Alex, I just want to shout out to like the entrepreneurs out there, because I spent most of my career as an entrepreneur and operator. It's freaking hard. And I know we love to like make it look awesome on TV shows, but even in the best of companies, I spent 16 years at Meta, Facebook. When I joined Facebook in 2008, I spent a lot of time trying to convince people to join Facebook. It was freaking hard. People thought it was a social network, not going to make any money, going to run out of business. And then we did well. And then it was like, oh my God, mobile's going to kill you. It was a nonstop roller coaster of like, oh my God, we're going to die. And everyone thinks we suck, and then we think we're awesome. And then they think we suck again. So for anyone who's been through that roller coaster, it is not fun and it is hard, even in the best of times, even for companies that are now like in the top 10 valued companies in the world, which I was an executive at. Like, so I think we just got to acknowledge that. But like the floor of all of this is like, if you are building a business which at its core has a unique value proposition in the world, you can power through all of those things. And that's what I think separates the companies that are going to like plow through these times and the companies that are going to really struggle.
Milo, I want to make sure we get you in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just chime in. I think there is like a bigger theme that's happening here, and that is the reindustrialization theme. And we're on this path for a number of reasons, but I think there are entrepreneurs that see the challenges of the day, which is one, climate change, two, equality for everyone to have good paying jobs, and three, supply chain resiliency. Like we have to be able to have independence. So that these entrepreneurs working on this mission. And so we see this 10x step up in factories getting built in the United States, both large industrial leaders and startups. And without the technology that these founders are bringing to market, we actually wouldn't be able to be cost competitive globally. So the importance that these technologies get into industry is incredibly important. So like we should be leaning in and helping these founders fund these industrial projects, staff them with competent operational leaders, and support them to tell those stories. As you're saying, Gabriel, thinking about how do we convince investors to continue investing?
So,
it's a huge lost opportunity if we do not do that.
I'm trying to put my finger on what we're missing, because I think we all agree that the planet could use some help, and also that there's a lot of really great business opportunities in working in climate tech more broadly. But it seems like there is capital. There are some people working on this missing middle area, and there's communication issue, but that doesn't seem to be that big of an issue. So are the tensions and the angst, as Gabriel put it, solvable issues for climate tech in the next couple of years? And
I would say I would push back a little bit on the capital structure. I don't think is configured quite correctly. Gabriel, or somebody said it early on. They were saying that, you have these valuations that come from the early side, and then you've got the later stage investors that are looking for a multiple on revenue, and the two just do not meet in the middle. And like the reality is you cannot use equity to fund CapEx build out. Industrial leaders that have great credit are using debt to fund the build out of their gigantic factories. And these startups don't have access to any credit, any kind of debt facility that is in the volume or size that they need to be able to do these large industrial projects.
All right. So Gabriel, off of Milo's point there, interest rates have gone up dramatically. The price of money has gone up. And I bring that up because it makes debt more expensive. We've seen some retreat there thanks to the Fed lately. But has increased capital costs made this missing middle and especially the first of a kind build out that we've talked about more difficult in the last couple of years?
Well, it's made it more expensive, 100%. We were talking about this I think we were talking about it 12 months ago on this very panel, and we've been talking about it since 2022, when the current down cycle started to happen. But there are tools. I was not saying you have to fund all of these things on equity. I was not saying that at all. There are tools that aren't there. There are large secular tailwinds for many of the sorts of companies that we're talking about. But let's dive a level deeper. Climate tech is not an industrial sector. There is food and ag. There are agricultural companies. There are energy companies that have to do things like build transmission lines, build power plants, build factories to make equipment for those things. There are transportation and mobility companies. I could go through on and on. There are steel and cement companies. Those are not climate tech companies. You are making steel. You are trying to invent a process to make steel. And then on the support side, yes, a startup like Boston Metal does not have the debt capacity that ArcelorMittal has. Okay, obviously true. But there are things that have happened in this country and in Europe and around the globe, like the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. All of these things provide other mechanisms to get those plants and factories funded. And the boards and the senior management of those companies and the investors have to figure out how to piece these things together. And somebody else said it. The great companies are doing it. They're growing. They're growing through this. They're pushing through this time of this more challenging capital formation time. But you have to be able to have and articulate a clear value proposition to your customers.
Gabriel, I would agree that the great companies are making it through it, but they are having to be incredibly creative, specific to their industry, right? Like taking out inventory revolvers with SVB, or working on equipment finance, or hopefully they qualify for the IRA, because not all of these companies qualify for the IRA.
Milo,
So
I totally agree. But like back to what Shrep was saying earlier, that's being in a startup. It is so freaking hard, right?
But
like,
if we are going to change, if we're going to change the industrial fabric of the United States, we cannot have everybody trying to use this rope bridge to get across, right? Like, we are rebuilding the industrial backbone of the United States right now. Like, we have the tools to do it. It could happen, but we can't have everybody doing these one-off funding strategies.
Okay, so then what is the recommendation from either yourself or from DCVC to solve that? Is it like, the government putting together a program to offer reduced rate, capital via debt vehicles to startups? Or is there something else that you think would be useful that we could put into effect now?
I definitely don't have the answer. I am very good.
How dare you? Come on,
rope bridge. I've got that one down. I think it's going to be a combination. I think that we're going to have to be creative and thinking about some of our financial tools. MIT has a project going on right now where they're doing deep analysis on how these companies are building their capital stack, looking at the tools that other industries use to do some funding forward for maybe more risky endeavors. Yeah, the answer isn't out there. We don't have it, or we'd be doing it.
Yeah. Mike, your firm definitely focuses on scale. You guys talk about reducing prices through scale. It's called GigaScale. I want to get you to weigh in on this financing issue we're discussing.
Yeah, I have a slightly different view, which is, startups are fundamentally unicorns. Like they are outliers in the industry. So I always struggle in these conversations where we talk about averages and numbers, because like in every industry, it's usually one or two companies that make the difference. Like, what made electric cars 20% of the current market right now? Tesla. Like, without Tesla, we wouldn't be here. And so, I can go industry by industry. What's the one company, that did 10x more space launches than NASA did at its peak with the space shuttle? SpaceX. Ton of other people are trying. One company made it. So I think in many cases, you're looking through this. And yes, financing is hard. CFS, which is a fusion company, has raised $2 billion in equity financing so far, and has a bunch of government financing and others. But part of the challenge here is I'm super in favor of anything that sort of like lowers the floor and raises the ceiling, government grants, programs, etc. But my attitude is a little bit more like I'm looking for those unicorn outlier startups who are going to find a way no matter what the environment is, and they're going to get real creative. Outside the climate tech world, so I have one hat in the tech world, still, OpenAI just raised the largest valuation ever a company has ever raised at, $150 million. They raised $6.5 billion of equity financing, another $4 billion in debt, right? For a company that is fundamentally burning cash more than any of my climate tech companies, right? So there's something about the opportunity there that has gotten investors comfortable with investing in a valuation that exceeds the valuation of most companies in the public stock market, right? So I think investors get really creative when you have an opportunity in front of them. And I think this is part of, for example, what makes CFS successful is they say, look, if we make fusion work, we're going to have the lowest cost in a $2 trillion market. We have basically unlimited demand for the thing that we're going to do. And so like, yeah, take a shot on us, which I think is a similar value proposition you see to others. So that's an extreme example of something that I think is out there. But I think fundamentally the question I'm asking is how do we find these outlier people, industries, technologies, and then sort of pile in behind them and push?
Yeah, I think I couldn't agree. That was a brilliant articulation, Chet, like just spot on. And I think it comes back to why there's this capital gap is because all those Series A investors are looking for that. And in some way it's, it's more fun, it's more exciting. But you have to have a lot of shots on goal, right? Like you're like to the point of it, in 2010, there were probably 100 battery companies or 50 battery companies. And if you walk the halls of the ARPA-E show in 2010 or 2011, like you were tripping over the next best, lithium ion, every single flavor, lithium ion, alternative chemistries. There were sodium transport batteries back then. There wasn't even, any of the long duration storage chemistries hadn't really even been contemplated yet because that kind of opportunity hadn't been identified. And yeah, less than half a dozen of those are surviving, and still maybe only a couple of them are going to be big companies. Like, that's the way this industry goes. I fully agree with what you just said.
Yeah, I think a trail of corpses is kind of the startup game because it's a lot of ideas. Not all of them are going to pan out. The way that I was thinking about this, though, before we all got together was through just the lens of carbon, because I think climate tech, as we said, can be everything from power generation to storage to farming, et cetera. But I kind of split things up into two different buckets, Gabriel, which is removal of carbon and mitigation of future emissions. And your firm, Prelude, has backed Ebb Carbon, which does removal, and Boston Metal, which does metal production sans carbon emissions. So when you look ahead at the next maybe 3 or 5 years of investing you're going to do, are you going to focus more on startups that are working to actually remove carbon from the climate, or just to mitigate additional carbon being released from our industrial base?
We're not going to do either of those things. We're going to keep doing all of the above, right? Like we're going to keep looking for great entrepreneurs that have a really compelling technology that, if they succeed on it, unlocks a huge opportunity. There's this, there's this paradigm of you're looking for something that's really hard, that if you solve it, it's a huge unlock for a really big, massive opportunity. And that can be technical, business innovation. It can be a combination of those things. We're going to keep looking at it. We invest in food and ag, energy, mobility, manufacturing and industrials, built environment, carbon management, to your point, and we invest in compute. We're not going to stop looking in any of those sectors. And hopefully we're going to come across, a few more sectors. Somebody's going to walk in our door and say, no, you need to think about this. I don't know what that is, but you need to think about this because this is a huge way to mitigate a whole bunch of emissions. And we're going to say, wow, I hadn't thought of that before, but let's do it. And I can think of, in 2013 or 12 or something like that, fashion and the circular economy and reducing, textile manufacturing and waste felt like a little bit of a corner case because nobody was really talking about it from a climate perspective back then. And now we have a bunch of investments in that sector. Fast forward 10 years and it's obvious, but it wasn't obvious 10, 15 years ago.
All right, so Milo, picking up on Gabriel's point that we can think about climate tech through the lens of a lot of different industries, is there an area of what is considered climate tech that DCVC is just not interested in moving forward? And especially, I'm curious if there's anything you learned in the last 2 or 3 years that led to that particular decision at the firm level.
We look at it all. We feel like, we're looking for companies that are going to redefine industries, and there is going to be a bunch that come across, and we're just excited to see all those companies. There's nothing we're not looking at.
Then Mike, over to you. I presume it's going to be the same answer, but anything that your firm is looking to not invest in the near future?
Well, I would similarly say never, because an entrepreneur can always surprise me. And there's been plenty of markets where I'm like, that market's terrible. And then the right company comes by and I'm like, oh, I was wrong. And so I'm always willing to be wrong. I will say that certain markets are more established than others, so it's harder to start a new company. I think it would be very hard to start an electric car company right now. I think battery manufacturing is a very hard business to be in because you've got scaled companies out there that you've got to sort of overcome. And I think you've got a lot of other greenfield applications out there. If you can, if you can put hundreds of megawatts or a gigawatt of clean, firm power on the grid in 28 to 30, oh my gosh, like, come talk to me. Like, there's an unlimited demand, people lining up at the door to buy your product. Now, there's a lot of challenges there. There's only a couple solutions. There's geothermal, which I'm very excited about. There's fission. There's fusion won't make it in time for that. There's offshore power. So a lot of ideas there. But I think that's a market where you've got incredible tailwinds and not enough solutions out there. You've got other markets like EVs where it's a whole bunch of companies making EVs now. So you've really got to try hard to differentiate.
No, I was just going to say, like, you heard some articulation here of, you have this 2x2 matrix, everybody's favorite. And you have ideas that are either closely held or loosely held, and closely examined or loosely examined. I don't do this, I don't succeed, but I like to have a lot of closely examined and loosely held beliefs about what's going to work, right? Like, if you're loosely examined and closely held, man, that's really bad. But you can really have an open mind, but really dig deep and be willing to be corrected. Fantastic things happen. I think the best entrepreneurs have that mindset as well. Although actually some of them have really closely held beliefs. They get that tunnel vision and they succeed no matter what. So maybe I'm just wrong about that for the entrepreneur.
Well, no, I think there's many ways to succeed. But one thing that people have been talking a lot about when it comes to the power generation side of all this is just how AI is driving enormous amounts of power demands around the world. Companies like Fervo Energy, Exawatt, there's a lot of companies that are doing cool things, but I'm curious if you guys are seeing a lot more founders step up because now I think it's pretty well understood that data centers of the future will need so much more power than we currently produce. Is that bringing in a new cohort or crop of founders that want to go after that problem? And Milo, let's start with you.
The answer is yes. I think the creative ones see these trends happening before they happen, right? And a lot of founders are already working in the space, right? A lot of these founders have their PhD or advanced degrees, postdocs in these areas. So they've been working on these topics for a decade, right? They already knew that Silicon was going to be a climate technology company. They were just waiting for people to catch up with them and get there, right? So I think those people have always been there. They've always been doing amazing things. And now they get the limelight of being visionary on the forefront of tech.
Okay, that's encouraging because it does seem like we have an enormous gap in our generation abilities. And that's why I've been excited to see both nuclear power and, back to Mike's point, fusion. Although fusion, Mike, 10 years still probably from now?
I think nobody credible thinks it'll be commercially ready until the 2030s, mid 2030s probably. And that's even a shot. I think it was one of these binary things. When it hits, it'll be completely transformational, but it's hard to pin down exactly when. And I would just double down on what Milo said. I think what you see is, it's hard to start a geothermal company today. You had to have been working on it for a while and see that power is like one underlies everything. And even before AI and data centers, if you look at power use in the United States, most of it is not electricity. It's heat for industrial, it's heat for heating homes and buildings, it's transportation. And so you'd say like, we're going to need a whole bunch of different ways to make really, really cheap heat and electrons. And so I think people have been banging on that door. I think in terms of headwinds, tailwinds, as I said, I like tailwinds where it's like, oh my gosh, if I have a product, there are customers. And, energy generation is one. Energy storage is another one. We have such short memories. If I 10 years ago, I'm like, I have this breakthrough technology which lets me store energy on the grid. Everyone would be like, so? Who cares? I got a big gas tank next to my gas power plant or pipeline. What do I need storage for? That thing's really cheap. Now everyone would be like, well, how much can you deliver tomorrow? Basically, because solar has gotten here and it is causing very cheap power for a number of hours during the day that we basically waste. And if I can store it and resell it at a cheap price, I got a great business. So this is part of why I'm in this now. And I'm so excited is I think these disruptions happen and it's often the second bang effects. So people get excited about platform shifts like mobile, for example, mobile phones. No new companies really got created that made money on the platform. It was Apple, Samsung, and Google that made money on the phone itself. But because of the mobile phone, you had Uber, Instacart, Facebook, a whole variety of other apps that just couldn't have existed. What we have right now is a secular disruption of our power generation through wind and solar, moving us from a static grid to a dynamic grid. And I think it's going to create a whole bunch of secondary opportunities for storage, arbitrage, new power companies, a whole bunch of things, which is really, really, really exciting.
All right, we only have a couple of minutes yet, and I haven't given you guys each a chance to be talking your book. So let's quickly wrap with which portfolio company do you think is going to have the biggest impact, positive impact on our climate in the next 5 years? And let's just do Milo first.
I mean, we have two amazing companies in our portfolio right now. We've got Fervo, geothermal, which is just on the brink of blowing it up, doing amazing. And we've got 12 that makes SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. I mean, and they are just killing it. They just raised $645 million to expand their facility. So it's incredible.
And then Gabriel, over to you. The investment that you have, do you think is going to have the biggest climate impact in the next 3 or 5 years?
I love all my children, Alex. That's not a fair question. On the theme of massive industrial disruption, I think Boston Metal has a real amazing shot on goal to produce zero carbon steel in the long run. I think both Coloma and electric hydrogen are reducing the costs of hydrogen, which can solve so many problems with two completely different approaches to that. Form Energy is not only enabling the integration of solar and wind into firm dispatchable power, but I think it's going to be an energy transformation company. It's going to be a generational company. Pivot Bio has disrupted, eliminated the need to use the Haber-Bosch process, or at least diminished the need for the Haber-Bosch process. What's the most impactful invention of the 20th century? It might be Haber-Bosch, and Pivot might be the first tech that sort of gets us a little bit away from that. So I could just keep on going and going, but I'll stop there.
All
I
right.
love you all.
Don't email him. If you're mad at somebody, you can get mad at me. Mike, same question over to you. And why is it Arbor in the case of Gigascale Capital?
Say again, what was the last question?
I thought Arbor was the coolest company that you guys have in your portfolio. So I was joking.
Well, I was going to mention one of them because talk about clean, firm power. This is a crazy, crazy idea company. A bunch of SpaceX engineers said we build a next generation biofuel plant and oxygen and wood go in, clean power, water, pure CO2 come out, which you can sequester. And as a result, they signed a deal with Microsoft, which is a 5 megawatt power deal. So they provide clean, firm power and 25,000 tons of carbon removal from the same plant. Usually you burn a bunch of power to sequester carbon. This you get power as a side effect of sequestering carbon. So that to me is like fundamental technological disruption, power and carbon sequestration. I'm going to pick two others just because they're two other industries. Chemicals is something people don't talk about because we don't see it. It is one of the largest emitters out there. We've got a company called Dioxycle, which is basically figuring out a way to make green ethylene, which is a commodity chemical. It's one of the most made molecules on Earth. If you've had a yogurt cup, in that yogurt cup is ethylene. It's made with a really dirty, nasty fossil fuel process now. They do it in a clean way. And the kicker is it's cheaper. So at scale, they're going to just be cheaper than the other versions of doing it. So that's the kind of company that I love. And then the third, just in a totally different direction, is something consumers would understand, which is called The Mill. It's a home composting device. The thing about it, if you talk to someone who has one, they won't shut up about it. They're going to tell all that. They're going to be the person at the party go, do you have a mill? Can I tell you about mine? Can I show it? People love the product because it makes their life better. I would joke like, who enjoys taking out your trash? Nobody. We make taking out your trash a lot less frequent, a lot less messy and smelly. And like, oh, and by the way, they've removed about 2 million tons-ish getting to of food waste from landfills. That creates methane.
Thanks for bringing up mill, Mike, because
so it's just like, it's a like on the back of people like, I buy it because I love it, right? And then, by the way, I'm helping the climate. So, and I think there's just so many businesses like I'm so excited.
Well, I got to say, everybody, prepping for this, I was a little bit concerned. The numbers seem to be a little bit rough, so I wanted to make sure we talked about that. But just listening to the back half of this conversation and the enthusiasm for solutions and people who are building them, I have to say, I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic. So thank you all, each of you, for making me feel better. Milo, Mike, Gabriel, thank you for your time. And we'll do this again next year, and we'll have even better news for everyone. But in the meantime, SOSV, back to you.
Thank you, Alex, for leading such an interesting conversation with Mike, Milo, and Gabriel. It's committed investors like you who are making the climate tech ecosystem happen. Just gotta keep writing those checks and making those bets. As you may have noticed, I've changed locations. I'm now in one of our labs in New Jersey, which you'll be seeing more of as the summit progresses. For our next panel, I'd like to leap across the country to SOSV's new San Francisco facility on 3rd Street in Dogpatch, where we have 25,000 square feet of biosafety level 2 labs, a chem lab, and extensive bench space and office space. A dozen companies are in residence working alongside 3 SOSV GPs and our San Francisco team. It's a great location and the team loves having visitors. Let me introduce one of our core SF team, Dr. Pei Wu, who is an SOSV general partner and also our chief technology officer in San Francisco. Prior to joining IndieBio, Pei served as a scientific director of Telefónica's Moonshot Factory, the science director at the U.S. Office of Naval Research, and technical consultant at DARPA. She holds a PhD in electrical engineering from Duke and a BS electrical engineering from Princeton. Most of Pei's work centers on solutions to intractable problems in both government and corporate contexts. That's very fertile ground to apply rigorous science and engineering in ways that help emerging technologies evolve into high-impact solutions for humanity and the planet. That's what SOSV is all about. Over to you, Pei.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, welcome to our new office in sunny San Francisco. Y'all can come visit us anytime in Dogpatch. Now let me introduce our next session, Crossing the Chasm to Close Series B. If you read any of the great analysis coming out of Sightline Climate, you probably know that their report on VC investing in the first half of this year was a bit of a downer. And one fact stood out as especially alarming. Timelines associated with raising a Series B jumped to 26 months, or 2.5 times longer than just 3 years ago. That is an eternity for any company. Yet this year, some companies have managed to get across the chasm, and those founders, they have stories to tell. We decided to ask this trio in wildly disparate fields, aerospace, apparel, and biotech, how they did it, and what they learned along the way. Who better to moderate this conversation than the CEO and co-founder of Sightline herself, Kim Zoll. Thanks very much for joining us, Kim.
Thanks, SOSV, for the intro. Very excited to have this panel today on crossing the Series B void. And I'll be joined today by Beth Espinette, who is the co-founder of Unspun, Max Huseman, who's the co-founder and CTO of Prolific Machines, and Anders Forslund, who is the founder and CEO of Heart Aerospace. Super excited for this panel for a variety of reasons. We at Sightline Climate track a lot of the climate tech funding trends, and in particular, this past year, the first half of 2024, saw a pretty significant drop in funding, about 41% compared to the prior year. In particular, the Series B stage has dropped about 24% compared to the prior year and has been on a steady decline. So I'm particularly excited to be joined by this panel who have all managed to buck that Series B void trend. Unspun raised a $32 million Series B in July. Prolific Machines raised a $55 million Series B in June. And Heart Aerospace raised $107 million Series B in February. So really excited to talk to you all today about what and how exactly you all bucked that trend. So maybe to start off, would love to do quick introductions and briefly understand what your company does. Beth, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kim. So Unspun is a company that is trying to reconsider how we would set up the apparel industry, and namely manufacturing, if we were to do it today. The industry right now, it is based off of a machine that we invented in the early 1800s, the sewing machine. There's so much technology that's been developed since then. So we have invented a 3D weaving machine, so basically taking lots of new technologies and then our own technology in order to realize a machine that can take yarn and turn that into final garments. So it's a new way of being able to manufacture as products are needed and try to avoid waste, and then eventually get to a circular model. You can make products and then you can unmake them at the end of life.
Great. And Max, what about prolific machines?
Yeah, prolific machines makes machines, but more importantly, the most prolific machines on Earth are probably cells, and we control cells with light. And by controlling cells with light, we can make them more productive and make better products. So think about things that cells make that we know and love, like antibodies, drive nutritional protein, but also the cells themselves, for instance, for cultivated meat. And being able to control them more precisely than we can with existing methods, we can make products cheaper and increase the quality for both.
And last but not least, Anders.
Yeah, so we're Hard Aerospace. We build electric airplanes. So our first product is called the ES-30. It's a hybrid electric aircraft that flies about 30 passengers in commercial traffic. So we can fly all electrically, routes that are up to 125 miles and 500-mile routes with our hybrid system. Where we see significant fuel savings even at the longer routes. We're about 5 years old. We just a month ago rolled out our first full-scale demonstrator, and we're going to be flying that in April of next year. And then looking at 2029, so before the end of this decade, for entry into the commercial service.
Very exciting. Congratulations. And that actually brings me to my next question, which is talking about milestones. Sounds like you guys just celebrated a pretty significant one. Putting it into the context of the Series B, what sort of milestones did you have to prove at each stage of funding, particularly the seed, the Series A to Series B jump? And how did those milestones shift in terms of what investors were looking for?
Yeah, I mean, the hard part about building an aircraft, I mean, there's many hard parts of it, but it's how do you, it's a product that is like, it's like a big step. It's not something that you can sort of portion out. So you have to figure out a way to create stepping stones that are tangible. And they are not, I guess one of the big lessons learned that we've had is that, like, you can't build an aircraft in the way that the traditional aerospace companies build an aircraft from a fundraising perspective, because you really have nothing to show for until you're really done, right? So it's a lot of, in the traditional way of doing it, there's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of, like signing supplier agreements, et cetera. And we've done a lot of that, but there's not a lot of a tangible, falsifiable progress. And you have to figure out a way of doing that. And I think actually that might sound like a constraint. Like, so what we've done is we sort of, for our first Series A, we had a propulsion demonstrator. For our Series B, we had an Iron Bird, which demonstrated not only that, electric batteries can work for aircraft, but also the other systems. And that was what we raised our B on, together with a bunch of commercial milestones. And now for the Series C, obviously it's first flight. I actually think that it hasn't been a constraint that has been, sort of, you have to sort of, it hasn't been suboptimal, right? Like actually getting that kind of accountability of having to get sort of, reelected every 2 years, I think is like sort that. Of actually drives accountability. Right. So I actually think we found a better way of doing it than the incumbents.
Holding yourself accountable. I like that.
Yeah.
That's great. And Max, from prolific machine standpoint, obviously a bit different than building an airplane. How did you all think about milestones for prolific?
Well, I was thinking, as others were saying, and a metaphor that a lot of startups use is building the plane while you're flying, right? But I guess others of startup is building an airplane, and they're definitely not building it as a flying. So for the better. In our case, I think our milestones that we plan to raise around on were very solid. Prolific Machines started out as a cultivated meat company, and I think our technology to be able to control cells can make that so much cheaper that it could actually be a product that can revolutionize the way we think about meat and the planet. But you need to have the moment to raise the funds to bridge the chasm of death of where you need so much money to scale that if the appetite in the market is not there for the risk involved, it's not going to happen now. And I'm glad that we realize that the milestones that we set in the Series A for ourselves, where our investors, and we had great investors, I don't think they were wrong. If nothing had changed, if we made a meatball with light and it didn't taste terrible, we would have been able to raise a Series B and go to market with cultivated meat. And we made a meatball with light. It worked. It tasted great. But nobody wanted to invest in cultivated meat, especially because, a lot of other plants have been built and they're not doing the thing yet that they promised. So the lesson for us, and yes, for many other companies, is you can deliver on everything you've promised from really good advice from really good investors, and still the moment may not be there. So luckily, we're building a platform that can be used for so many other things, many of which are also very important for the planet, but just easier targets for short-term revenue and help us build the platform. So that's what we've done. We've partnered with companies that help us build this platform for other products sooner, and therefore we can demonstrate a path to revenue sooner than we could have with the huge CapEx need for cultivated meat that is just not there. So being flexible about that and stay in touch with people that told you that you need a certain thing, they will, once they change your mind, you probably should too.
I like that. We got Plain holding yourself accountable. We got Meatballs and being flexible. And last but not least, Unspud, how did you think about fundraising milestones?
I guess I'll add pants to the equation there. And yeah, I very much agree with what Anders and Max have said on Anders taking a really big thing and figuring out how to chop it up into bite-sized pieces, and Max thinking about, you don't have to do it alone. Are there partners that can help bring it forward? So we had a similar situation where not as big as an airplane, maybe not as risky and scary and high up, but we knew it was going to take us 5 years to develop our hardware that would make clothing. And 5 years is just way too long for anyone to wait for anything. So how could we prove to ourselves, to the market, to our investors that what they're going after was worth it? And the whole premise was making things on demand. And why would a consumer, our business model is actually B2B and getting this into the supply chains. And that is really where the pull is. But we wanted to prove that this was also interesting to a consumer at the end of the day. And so within 3 months, we built some software, because software, it's, I don't want to say easy. I don't want to be mean to anyone, but compared to hardware, it's just faster. So we built software in a few months that would take a body scan and translate that into a perfect fitting pattern for someone. And then we launched that in the market as a direct-to-consumer business. And with that, we're able to raise our pre-seed funding. So showing traction. Traction is always, it's probably the most important thing aside from the technology actually working itself, right? It's does this thing technically work, and who wants it? And so those are always the things that we're looking at when we're going out to raise. For pre-seed, it was, do consumers want this product? And then does it fit them? It was pretty simple, but that's very early. Then the seed stage, we were then able to show traction beyond just the customer, but getting into B2B with our software. So that was the next step forward, going up in revenue and then going up in numbers as well to D2C, and also proving that technology works. At that point, we had a proof of concept machine that was working, that was making product, but there was no way any brand was going to sign on to it. So at least we were able to raise seed on kind of the inkling that there might be something there. And then the A really came with we needed interest from brands. So we didn't actually have to have any side contracts, but we had to have brands kind of go to bat for us. So our investors, so much of investment, especially in our Series B, we've found is in the due diligence. You can show some contracts. Those are super important, but they want to make a lot of phone calls. We had 4 months. It was probably a little too long, but we had 4 months of due diligence phone calls and people, them digging into
customer references.
Yeah. Like my second cousin of my best friend from second grade, how do you find this person? So anyway,
wow, okay.
No, it really got deep. So I think at that point, very important to make sure that everyone you're working with, they could get a phone call, make sure they love you. And then going into, and for A, we also really had to show that the technology was working. For B, that's when we really had to show committed revenue. $150 million worth of committed revenue. Didn't have to be realized yet. That's where Series C comes in, is that committed revenue needs to be very clearly on its path to, well, not even on the path. Chunks of it have to be realized. And we're seeing about 5 to 10 million ARR being expected for that.
That's great. That's great. So we got pants and traction, I'll call it, to summarize it, but different sort of traction milestones based on the stage. And I think pretty interesting to note too how you thought about the different types of business models, B2C, B2B, at different stages of the company. Maybe Beth, sticking with you, as you thought about those different stages, who were the types of investors you targeting and why, both in terms of, generalist versus climate tech, early stage versus late stage, as well as perhaps qualities you were looking for?
Yeah, it's a pro and a con to be in a few different industries at the same time. We're in fashion, hardware. We've gotten money from deep tech funds as well. So initially angels are just everywhere. So you've got a pool of lots of people, and that's amazing. You can just swim in it. Who finds your company interesting? Like, those people are great. So angels were easy. Fashion technology in the early seed stages, there are actually a number of funds related to that. And hardware as well. In early stages, there are a number of funds. But as you go higher up, you lose the fashion technology, you lose hardware. Obviously, you lose angels. And so at that point, we start to move for our seed and our A into deep tech, whatever that means. But we've got a few funds that claim that they are deep tech. And then now really solidly in the climate tech space, where there are bigger, well, it's still very small, but there's slightly bigger numbers of funds in that space in the B.
Got it. And Anders, on the aerospace and aviation side, who are the types of investors you were targeting, especially in the Series B stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we are both a climate tech company and an aerospace company. So there's those two big pools. Those are looking at climate and mobility, and yeah, I think that I was just at an offsite, an event with a bunch of investors, and everybody's recognizing obviously that there is this valley of death between really, like the early stage where you can raise on vision and the growth where you sort of have to have, real, some, I would say commercial traction, but like offtake agreements, et cetera, and working from that model. So that's where you put in, you're sort of in an uncomfortable place. I think we were lucky enough. We selected really strong partners for our Series A and follow-on investors for there as well, that sort of could lean in and support the B as well. So part of it was coming from our existing investor pool, and obviously as you're looking at the next one, you have to find the ones that are doing like the B and C, and it's a small group. I mean, I was at this event, and it's most people, at least in the US ecosystem, could fit in a very small tent, right? So that means you can build quite personal relationships, but there's not a lot of optionality.
Definitely. And I saw too in your round, there were a couple of strategics, right? There was Air Canada, United Airlines, and you also had European Innovation Council Fund and Breakthrough.
Yeah.
And what we talk a lot about is the climate capital stack, right? It's venture, but it's also, how do you think about government, strategic? How did you kind of rank all those different parts of the capital stack under that?
Yeah, I mean, I think strategics become increasingly important. So obviously we were thankful for United and Air Canada. And also we're seeing in our space, that it's been the sovereigns that have been sort of bridging this gap a little bit. We raised more from a traditional VC, I would say, for this round. But yeah, obviously, I think we've been lucky that we've still have a pretty good like product market fit. We have a lot of commercial traction, et cetera. Otherwise, I think companies that have more ambitious products than we have, or have been looking more at sort of raising it on the sort of charismatic properties of their airframe, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think you have to look at the different funnels for sure.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think, Max, for Prolific as well, you had some corporates involved. Can you speak to a bit how that round came together and, why you chose to work with Tua?
Yeah, but we're very excited to work with Couture, and they I suppose, were always somewhat of an obvious partner from a technology perspective. However, looking back at it, it's always easier connecting the dots looking back, of course, but it makes sense that in a time when there's more risk averseness from investors, the investors that will remain are the ones that have a strategic advantage to partner with you more so than trying to find the least risk, highest reward way to invest for just financial purposes. So most people that we ended up having final conversations with for this round were strategics. I guess strategics are nice to have at any time. Why not partner with somebody that doesn't just give you money, but also advise and potential customers? But you just have to work harder with strategics. The diligence is deeper. They understand better what you mean. There's fewer of them. So I think in times where there is more risk averseness among traditional venture capital and big investors, you have to start earlier to build relationship with strategics. That's the lesson that we learned. They are the ones that will still fund you because there's more in it for them than just the money.
That makes a lot of sense. Can you talk a bit about what Kitua or Fonterra, the parent company, does, and what does that strategic relationship look like beyond just the capital itself?
Yeah, so this is really interesting. We were really afraid that in this round, since it was going to look different and probably be smaller than what we had originally aimed for to build the meat plan of the future, to fulfill the mission without the straight path to it, you have to be creative in thinking, how do we get there in the end and finance the way there? We always knew that we could develop parts of our platform early to sell other things than meat. But it wasn't immediately clear which strategic partner would help us do that the earliest. And one thing that we realized in talking to Fonterra, one thing that we had thought about for a long time, it's a refinery model for meat. We're already making the cells for the meat, but the cells can make things too. And cows make other things than just meat. So why don't we make dairy products and start with the ones that are really expensive or difficult to make? And Fonterra knows all about that. They purify proteins from milk. There are some that they know are super good for humans or baby formula, but they can't get enough, at least profitably, from milk. So once we started talking to them and figure out how much would we have to make, how difficult is it to do, is there someone who will take that off? We realized that we could start developing that with them, and then once that will work in the end, we'll fuse it with the meat, and you'll have this whole factory that pumps out not just meat, but also all kinds of other proteins that we would need. So we would probably have developed that later on otherwise, but the order of events, it depends a lot on who is willing to fund which bit. And I'm glad that we were willing to be creative in that, because that's going to pay for the way there.
That's a great point. And Matt, maybe speaking about those next steps, looking toward the Series C and beyond, right? Obviously, there's a lot of financing and funding that's needed to scale up hardware. What are the next few milestones you're looking to hit? And who do you think are the types of investors within that landscape as you seek to, broaden out the capital stack? Is it going for more venture and growth? Are you looking at more non-dilutive financing options? How do you think about those next steps?
So all of the above, but I think I speak for most of us here that if somebody wants to give us money on good terms, there has to be a really good reason why you wouldn't. But strategics and non-dilutive funding is ideal, and for the position that our company is in now, where we have demonstrated that technology can work. There are a lot of interested parties. But Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation awarded us a grant recently to develop malaria antibodies with our technology. It's a great application, and if we bring down the price of malaria antibodies, that would be a great thing for the world, and it unlocks a huge market of target customers that currently cannot afford the existing malaria drugs, for instance. And strategic partners can really help you find those unlocks where there's not a market now, but you could create it with your technology, and then your incentives are much more aligned than if you just stick with funds that we'll give you the money, but not a lot else. So we're really targeting those kinds of investors for our next round. We're showing traction in antibody production, biopharmaceutical production, and nutritional proteins. So, and for all of those, we're targeting different strategics that could help us scale this platform. The biotech is expensive, so we'll need a couple more rounds to get to profitability, most likely. And the more strategics we can pick up along the way, the more know-how and support we'll have in getting to that stage. And the bigger the target market, that grows along the way with every strategic partner that you have.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a really interesting note about your products or your platform specifically, is that you can target a lot of different industries and a lot of different strategics with expertise in those industries. Beth, we'd love to hear from you. You know, you talked a bit about the scaling milestones up to Series B, having 150 million of contracted revenue to show. Looking towards the Series C and beyond, what type of capital are you looking to bring on? What type of investors? And what are some of the next milestones you're thinking about in order to get to scale?
Yeah, fortunately, it's been pretty clear for us because of all of these contracts. We need to fulfill these contracts. And so the next go is to deploy dozens of machines into manufacturers to then fulfill the contracts that we've signed. So that is great and clear. We have started our way down debt financing, equipment financing. That's been much easier than raising a Series B. So if you can go down that path and you've moved as much risk as possible, definitely go towards that. So we are shifting focus towards that, but we'll still be looking towards Series C, and we'll probably stay in the climate tech space.
That's great, the equipment leasing option. And last but not least, Anders, how are you thinking about what's next?
I mean, for us, I mean, the big thing is flying this aircraft. So obviously that's all of our focus.
Easy, yeah. Is it easy to understand what it is? Not as easy to do.
Yeah, for sure. So that's the big one. But also, you know, obviously, getting to that place where we can start project finance as well is a really big milestone for us. I think we want to get out of the sort of equity led, or standing with one foot, leaning too much on the equity raise foot at this point is obviously going to make it really hard. This is a very capital intensive thing we're doing. So yeah, project finance is the way to go.
Awesome. All right. We have a couple minutes left here, so I want to end on a fun question. Speaking from experience, I find it's hard for companies, at least for myself, I find it's hard to celebrate the win, especially when you're in such a challenging environment. So my final question for each of you, and feel free to whoever can start, is how did your team celebrate closing the Series B round? What did you guys do?
I think we took a huge breath and just one moment. I think the moment passed very quickly, but one moment to celebrate. And we have a pretty funny just tradition where we hit a gong every time there's a small win, and I guess a big win in this case. We hit it really hard for this case. So that's just a pretty silly thing. So we go out into our parking lot here and just take all the cars out and everything that's in there and set up a little block party, and then got the gong out.
Oh, that's great. I gotta get me a gong.
Me too.
We did a similar thing, but without a gong. It's a missed opportunity. Where we cleared out the parking lot and just had a big party. We moved into our new building, which is the old Jelly Belly Jelly Bean factory. It's a very whimsical building. We moved in there during the raise, and there was just not a lot of time to enjoy it. So when the raise closed, we opened it up to all friends and family, investors and employees, and just had a big party with barbecue, and it was wonderful.
Yeah, I can't even remember how we celebrated it. I know that it was a different feeling than the Series A, where you just felt like you were the king of the world. And obviously, I think almost instantly you started thinking about, okay, what was all the lessons learned here? How can we go into this C? We had a lot of things to work on, and we also really closed, we really got some of it just before Christmas. So everybody went on to celebrate their holidays with the family. So I guess that was how we celebrated it.
Awesome. It was great hearing everyone celebrating stories. It's always important to do that. Thanks so much, SOSV. Now back to you.
Thank you, Kim, for leading that very thoughtful conversation. It's important for investors to remember what a dangerous odyssey fundraising is for founders. Failure is always barking at their heels, and that next raise is existential. I'm so impressed by Unspun, Prolific, and Heart. They are showing the way. To introduce our next session, I'm back in Newark, New Jersey, where SOSV has another great location. This one is 35,000 square feet of chemistry, mechanics, and electrical engineering labs, and a host of machine shop fabrication gear. About 20 of our companies are working out of this space, which we opened earlier this year with the help of a $25 million grant from the New Jersey Economic Development Authority. Thank you, New Jersey. To help us kick off our next summit session, let me introduce another scientist at SOSV, Dr. Susan Schofer, who is a partner at SOSV and our Chief Science Officer in Newark. She holds a PhD in chemistry from Caltech and a bachelor's in chemistry from Brown. Prior to joining HAX, Susan served as Senior Vice President of Business Development for Modern Meadow, where she led product from early ideation through to commercialization. Susan works with our early stage startups to define key milestones and go-to-market strategies while also providing scientific oversight. Susan.
Hi.
All right. So this is the SOSV Analytics Laboratory.
Yeah, this is the place where a lot of magic happens. All of our startups are out in the lab developing their products, and here's where they come to actually figure out what they've made, how much of it they've made, how good is it.
Now this device right behind me, this is making a lot of noise. It scared me a little bit. What does it do?
This is a GCMS, so it's a gas chromatogram, and it also has a mass spectrometer attached to it, so you can actually go and characterize what you've made, how much of it you've made, and you can do this very accurately. So some of our teams even use this for headspace analysis, where they're actually looking at just off gases that they've made.
Cool. Can we see some other parts of the lab?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
So we have like millions of dollars worth of analytics equipment in this SOSV lab. This is a couple $100,000 scanning electron microscope.
Yep.
And we also have some other microscopy here. What else do we have in the room?
What else do we have? Over here we have a bunch of tools to do thermal analysis. So for physical properties and characterization of materials like polymers, we have a DSC, differential scanning calorimeter, and a TGA, thermogravimetric analysis. Over here we have an XRF, X-ray fluorescence. This is actually an amazing tool that helps a lot of our companies in the critical mineral space. Infrared spectroscopy here. And in the back, we have the HPLC, high pressure liquid chromatography. So for people doing things like PFAS characterization, looking at these really harmful forever chemicals, they need to characterize them to very, very, parts per million, parts per trillion levels. They can do it on an instrument like that.
Super helpful. Thanks, Susan.
Thanks.
We'll get on with the program.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're returning to the investors for our next panel, which is entitled The Early Check Slowdown. For a while there, it looked like early stage climate might escape the downturn in climate venture, but seed investments in the first half of this year declined 12% versus 2023, and deal count tumbled 30%, while Series A investment also fell 12% with deals down 23%. So clearly early stage climate investing is tilting south. What caused the slowdown, and will it recover anytime soon? Our panel of early stage climate investors will untangle the trend lines and make sense out of how the early stage investing environment has changed. Our moderator for this session is Tim Deshant, senior climate reporter for TechCrunch and also a PhD from Berkeley in environmental science, policy, and management.
Thank you, Ben. Now, for years, climate tech was touted as being immune to the usual economic cycles, or at the very least, it was heavily insulated from them. And yet this year, early stage investments are down in both number and size. Are investors fleeing, or is something else at play? Are we about to turn a corner? Joining me today are Sophie, a general partner at Collaborative, Amy, a general partner at Azola Ventures, and Duncan, a general partner at SOSV. Now, since we last spoke, the Fed raised interest rates. Sophie, we'll start with you. Do you think that'll help open the floodgates after a tough first half of the year?
Yeah, I think it definitely will help grease the wheels a little bit. But there's such a long gap between when these events happen in the public markets and once they trickle down to the private markets. And I think we're still seeing some of the echoes of some of the big rate changes in the last year and some of the concerns around policy changes, and all of that tends to come on a bit of a delay. So hopefully it eases some of the concerns about the cost of capital, but I think there are a lot of other big macro stories at play. So it's certainly not going to be a cure-all.
Amy, are you seeing something similar on your end?
Well, I would say one of the things that we're seeing, because we generally are focused on overlooked and neglected solutions, is that aside from macroeconomic factors, which are playing a role, is that capital is actually funding specific climate verticals. And so transportation and energy have received a fair amount of investment, but other verticals like food and ag or the built environment have really been left out. And that's creating a vacuum, essentially, of these types of climate solutions being able to properly scale.
Yeah, Duncan, you focus heavily on hardware. Are you seeing similar trends in the hardware space?
Say from the Fed perspective, there's so many other factors, as Sophie kind of mentioned. We're so close to the election. I think that no matter what happens with interest rates, we're going to be gated by people just wanting to know what's happening there. Not that it actually really changes anything, but certainly gives people a different view on the investments they're doing. Yeah, I've been investing in hardware for a very long time, for over 10 years now. And I would say that even though we're at a dip now from where a lot of investors came in at, sort of around 2020, 2021, if you compare it to like pre-2018, we're up massively. And there's a load more investors coming in that are more prepared to take risks on hardware solutions because they know that's the only way to decarbonize.
Now, you said that bit about the election and how it's not really going to change anything. Can you elaborate on that a bit? Like, obviously one administration would be very, heavily inclined toward action on climate and continuing policies similar to the Inflation Reduction Act and stuff like that. Obviously, the other one feels differently. So what makes you say that?
Well, I don't think any of the climate investors are going to stop investing in climate technology because of a change in government in that case. What I do think will happen, though, is that they'll just look at opportunities in a different way. Like we've seen a lot of the IRA support going towards, a mix of different states, and you probably want to make sure that you're continuing to get investments that are kind of picks and shovels for some of those projects versus deprioritizing some of the others. But net, is it going to reduce the amount of money that comes into climate tech? I don't think so.
It's so interesting to me because we're, less than a month out from Climate Week. And I've heard so many of my peers kind of echoing Duncan's statements there. And I don't know that I disagree. I'm certainly no policy expert, but I guess having lived through the first Trump administration, I have a lot of fears about the gap between what is the rational move and what actually happens in reality. And I think the sentiment towards the IRA among particularly Trump Republicans is so negative, particularly in the areas that receive the highest subsidies, that I do have fears about what's going to happen if there's an administration change. I think a lot of the jobs were created in red states, but I don't know if that's going to translate into actual policy. So I have fears about what's actually going to happen to climate from a policy perspective. But I also think, to your point earlier, Tim, a lot of the capital has a lot of the sort of tourist capital that came in 2020, 2021 into climate has left the market. And I totally agree with Duncan. I think the dedicated climate investors are going to stick around regardless of what happens in the administration. But I think we need generalist capital to make climate tech successful. I think we need to prove that these business models work for generalist funds, that they can achieve true VC outcomes. And I think a lot of the generalist funds are going to be a lot more cautious if they don't feel like there are those sort of macro tailwinds around climate, that there's not the support from non-dilutive capital like government grants available for these companies. So I definitely do have some concerns.
I was going to say also, not to be contrarian here, but climate-focused investors, yes. But even among some climate investors, I do see that there are people sitting on a fair amount of capital because they do want to see how the election is going to play out, particularly across different verticals. And, climate tech isn't immune to some of the broader VC trends, and they're getting pressure from their LPs to make smart bets, especially because exits haven't been as common in our space. And so it's actually makes me a bit sad to say that we're all in this together, and some of the people around the table thinking that we should be riding these tides have said, well, we kind of got to see how things play out, which as, an impact first investor in the climate space does actually worry me that perception is also hitting some of our closest co-investors.
Yeah, the point about exits, I think, is interesting, Amy. I know it's kind of the IPR market tends to be frozen for a lot of different sectors, not just within climate. But where do you see, once the window opens, some of that opportunity, and how might that spill over for early stage founders?
It's a good question. I would say that climate tech investors, I think, and broader investors, and those especially that will be acquiring companies, have tended to do that in particular sectors. We mentioned energy, transportation, things that have become pretty hypey, are able to tell a very consistent narrative, I believe, for a lot of acquirers. That said, I do think that there is sort of hidden corners of acquirers that a lot of VCs haven't thought about. Not all of them are corporate. There could be other types of organizations that are looking to get in the climate space. For example, not to be, toot a horn, but we actually had our first exit at Zola last week, less than 3 years after our initial investment. And we sold it's a high temperature industrial heat pump company to a private equity firm. And now a lot of people would have said private equity firms, early stage climate tech, really? But there are a lot of them who are starting to think about strategic synergies with other portfolio companies that are focused on net zero solutions. And that made a lot of sense for us. So I also think that there are some sort of uncovering of non-usual suspects that could be acquirers in the climate space.
Now, I know, Amy, I'll come back to you again real quick. I know part of your fund's mandate is to find, these, I guess, uncovered solutions, right? Ones that are not very popular in the market. Do you also take that same approach to bringing investors into your syndicate, where you're trying to draw in other investors, and what does that process look like? And how do they then work with portfolio companies relative to what you do?
Yeah, I would say that we care very deeply about building complementary syndicates. We consider ourselves to be very collaborative, just like Sophie and Cloud Fund and Duncan and SOSV. And we think that's the greatest sauce for actually helping these companies scale. And so, if we are a deep climate-focused investor around the table, but we don't have, biotech expertise, or there are other investors that have deep industrial expertise, if it's, a technology that is focused on decarbonizing industrial processes, or an investor that's in a geography that is going to be the ultimate end market for some of our technology solutions, we want to bring them in earlier rather than later, because we think more diverse and complementary skill sets around the table are better than a lot of the same ones.
Yeah, and Duncan, on the flip side of that, if we're talking about attracting people who wouldn't normally have been in climate, obviously the founders are another part of that equation. And 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even 2-3 years ago, you started to see a lot of founders that might have gone into other sectors or into climate. Do you think the climate tech space is still attracting the best founders?
I definitely think so. I think that's actually one of the parts. Well, there's a number of this whole industry has resilience through whatever is going to happen in the coming years. Obviously, we've got a big challenge that we need to solve, and we're seeing some of the repercussions of that as we're recording right now in Florida. But one of the biggest pluses for me about this market is that the brightest, youngest people are wanting to make a difference in this space. And so you just think about the huge amount of talent coming in from PhDs and postdocs. Everything that we see in the stuff that we support, where we give grants to a lot of these, academics to help them kind of commercialize their technology, and then we're often the first investor in, they are really just committed to having impact outside of financial one for what they're doing. And that I don't think is going to go away. As more and more people come into the workforce, they start to see some of the problems that have been created by past generations, and there's a chance to fix it with technology.
Sophie, are you seeing that on your end too?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we are seeing kind of the best and brightest going into primarily climate and AI are kind of the two big buckets where we're seeing talent gravitate towards. A few years ago, it might have been crypto as well, but I don't know how many new crypto companies are starting right now. So yeah, I agree. That is, we look really long term at the category. That gives me a lot of optimism because, well, we want to be investing in the smartest people, and I do still see them, particularly young founders, really wanting to solve problems related to climate change.
But on the flip side, because there are so many young people and talented and smart people that are focused on finding these solutions to address the climate crisis, I feel like climate burnout, I don't know for the two of you, Sophie and Duncan, for founders has been really real. They already have the weight of trying to build a successful, scalable, financially sustainable business, but then they also have this immense weight of trying to do something that can avert catastrophic climate change. And when we talk about the recent hurricanes, I've found that a lot of founders that weight is actually becoming, in some ways, really challenging to bear. And so it's also interesting to think about how we as VCs not only nurture the talent that's in the space, but also make sure that they stick around and bring their incredible talents to help climate tech actually be successful.
So are you finding your role as kind of emerging as a psychologist in this case to kind of like, or therapist help coach them through these moments?
No, I do not have an MD or whatever is needed to be a psychologist or a therapist. But I think that executive coaching, and we've been collecting a lot of founder resources on like burnout, and frankly, burnout specifically for those founders that are focusing on the climate tech space. And we think that that's helpful. And we've been introducing that sooner rather than later and connecting them, with the right people that actually have that expertise, which is not me, to really support them through that journey.
I think the best way that we solve for burnout is we need a couple really big wins in climate. I think we need some big success stories that founders can look to as a model for what's possible for them. And we need a couple more wins. I'm founders who gravitate towards climate tend to have some altruistic motives for it, but entrepreneurs in general, they want to build a successful business. That's why they take all the risk and put in the miserable hours to do it. And so I'm hopeful that in the next couple of years, we're going to see some really, really sizable climate companies either have big outcomes or just hit the scale that becomes an inspiration for a new wave of founders coming in.
Climate tech isn't universally deep tech, but it is pretty heavily weighted in that direction. Duncan, do you see it maybe a little bit differently in the hard tech side of things where these things just take a long time to develop anyway?
They do. Yeah. So if we've been investing in industrial tech for a very long time, and the iteration loop that you have classically in software, which you can do super quickly, it's just so much longer in hardware. That means that in order to get to product market fit, and in order to pivot, takes sometimes over a year versus a couple of weeks that you can do in software. That said, the nice thing about hard tech is once you're in, you're in. Like the quality of revenue is much higher because you're infrastructurally bound to your customers, and they're normally relying on you to create their end product. So you don't have churn issues like you did with software. That to me sets forth a much better growth capital environment when that tap turns back on. Because a lot of these companies are not kind of like some of their software counterparts kind of fighting against churn for other well-funded startups that are competing with a similar product. They're already embedded in with their customers, and it's more about how they look to non-dilutive capital to be able to scale the technology that they've put in.
So the non-dilutive capital thing, I think, is maybe an interesting part of this. How are you all coaching founders to chase after that at this point? Because if traditional investors are holding back for whatever reason, presumably there are other pots of money out there that they could go after. Amy, or what are you doing there?
Yeah, so I think they're the more typical sources of non-dilutive capital, government grants. And so, we actually have people on our team and connect them with grant writers or key program managers at different agencies. I think there's also another form of non-dilutive capital, which often founders are less likely to go after, which is actually philanthropic capital. So there are a number of philanthropists, family offices, and foundations who have started grant programs, sometimes public and sometimes on the fly or on the sly, where they're really looking to support climate tech founders, and they can be quite flexible and also do it in a way that might have a shorter timeline, which can often work better for founders. And so because our model, which sort of combines both traditional venture capital with philanthropic capital, we often try and connect them with those philanthropists and foundations to access that non-dilutive capital.
Yeah. Do either of you, Amy, or sorry, Sophie or Duncan, kind of push founders in those directions as well?
Yeah, for sure we do. And for me, it's been surprising actually, now being based in the US, seeing quite how many of our climate tech founders finding non-dilutive grants from DoD and DOE. DOE is obvious, but DoD as well. One of the reasons for that is the US is going through this very interesting and forward-thinking strategy of climate tech solutions that are built here. And then that built here part starts to be, an industrial resilience play, which then also attracts separate pools of non-dilutive capital, which are great, and they're building a fantastic backbone for the future for America.
Yeah, Sophie, are you guys doing similar things at Collaborative?
In terms of pushing companies to think about non-equity, definitely.
Creative, yeah.
Those three big buckets of sort of grant capital, philanthropic money, and debt financing. We're pushing every team to start thinking about those and building the muscle to access those types of capital as early as possible.
And doing that early as possible is the key, I think. Like, as Sophie says, like a lot of the hard tech companies, they can build into the design of whatever they're going to be taking to the world a way in which it's better financed for debt versus for equity. So, for example, making things more modular, thinking about kind of smaller wins that can get the TRL level higher, so that the more risk-averse capital can be involved earlier stage.
The other way to sort of de-risk your capital, it sort of touches on what Duncan was saying, but diversifying your customer base. So looking to customers like the DoD, for instance, who can potentially be good catalytic revenue for you before you can access really big corporations and scale up to the point where you're getting sort of corporate revenue. You find that DoD comes in a lot earlier. So that sort of merging of climate and defense it's very real right now. I think we've seen it only magnified in the last 18 months or so.
Sophie, I think you made an interesting point about debt financing. How accessible is that, though, for early stage companies? Because a lot of times they have an idea, they have a few lab experiments. What sorts of early stage companies do you really see debt financing work for? Because I'm guessing many of them would not be able to access it.
Yeah, it's definitely not an avenue for most companies up until the Series B or C. And that's why I tried to be specific that it's not that we're pushing them to access that type of capital. It's building the muscle to be able to access it. There are certain types of debt financing that are available to companies a little bit earlier. I'm thinking equipment financing, for instance, and just getting into the habit and having team members who are familiar with the steps necessary to access that, building the relationships you need to access that financing. I think those are very important. But you're absolutely right. Most seed stage companies should not be taking on any form of debt. That's typically a very dangerous path to go down. I think the first two types of capital, like grant and philanthropic capital, is a little bit more accessible at those stages.
Yeah, so I want to kind of focus on maybe moving forward and what it's going to take to get us out of this rut. I know exits obviously are a big one that would motivate a whole lot of players in this space, but obviously that's kind of the end goal, right? Are there kind of intermediate steps that you're suggesting to founders? Duncan, maybe we can start with you.
So I'm suggesting to founders, or I'm suggesting to growth stage investors?
Maybe both, yeah.
Because it's really a trickle-down effect, right? That's what's happening with the Series C's and not really happening for the Series B's, but that's then making the Series A investors, a little more cautious, and people are coming lower and lower down. So there's a great market at the moment for pre-seed and seed stage venture capital. If you're a startup, there's plenty of VCs that are willing to take risk at that stage. For us, obviously building in this muscle which I was talking about earlier around ultimately getting to bankability in the future, that's a long part, but building that in early is good. The grants, as we mentioned, do help because they can start to bridge to get people a little bit further. Where I've seen companies being able to leverage debt earlier than like a Series C is typically where you've got multiples of versus one big. So a very large plant, you don't want to go down that road. Robotics, where you've got lots of the same thing and it's just about scaling that one thing and it's been de-risked, that's an avenue to go down. So I think getting founders to think about that, about how you can just de-risk a lot of those parts of your technology will help you get further without the venture capital market being turned back on. That's all I can really do for the founders. For the investors, Series C's, I think, will come back. I keep saying that, though, every quarter. So I've yet to be proven right on that. But it does seem like there's starting to be some activity there.
Totally agree with Duncan on what he shared. And, on the founder side, I do believe that there's more of a focus necessary on customer traction in a real and tangible way. And so when we think about ARR metrics, really hitting the, 1 million if you're kind of seed to Series A, and north of that, 5 to 10 million is really critical. Not relying on LOIs, which was sort of a thing of the past, which was a checkbox to get venture funding, during the heydays of 2021 to 2022, but actually having real purchase orders. I think really scoping back down to the business fundamentals and being able to show that commercial traction and those key milestones is really important for climate tech founders. And I think trying to drill that down into founders as VC investors, I think can be also extremely helpful.
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to disagree that there's been a massive slowdown in capital deployed in climate. I think that's obvious, and there are whole sectors that are practically graveyards right now, unfortunately. But I would push back a little bit on it being quite as dire as everybody seems to think. I think what's also happening, in addition to the slowdown, is kind of a reframing of what is climate, and kind of a renaming of certain companies who don't, maybe 3 years ago, sort of wore climate as a badge of honor, are now maybe shying away from being bucketed solely into climate. And so what I mean by that is we are seeing a ton of other tailwinds that intersect with climate. The sort of defense and climate merger is one of them, but we're also seeing a huge manufacturing revolution happening all over the place, but that's certainly happening domestically. And the necessity to create efficiency around those new processes is very interlinked with climate. AI is interlinked with climate. Consumer health is interlinked with climate. All of these different spaces where we are seeing a ton of momentum and a ton of interest are either interlinked or adjacent to climate in ways that I think are going to be really interesting. So I guess I would push both founders and growth stage investors to open the aperture a little bit and open their minds to what qualifies as a climate company, and not maybe pick so narrowly the categories that we were looking at back in 2020.
Climate is everywhere, basically.
Exactly. I mean, that's the dream. The dream is we end up in a place where none of us are climate investors because everything is climate and everyone is investing in climate.
Yeah. Well, I think we have time for one final question. So let's say I'm a founder. How should I be preparing for fundraising in this market? And Sophie, we can start with you.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what Duncan said, I think really having a credible path to building a fundamentally sound business. Now, obviously, that's very hard, particularly when you're dealing in hardware to do in the short term. But we do not exist in a world anymore where you can just build on, you can just raise capital on a story after story after story. You really need a path to getting to a profitable business within the frame that venture capitalists are time frame that venture capitalists are looking for. So I would say really devote some resources to building out that model and being able to talk to it in pretty great detail with your investors.
Yeah, Duncan, what are you telling yours?
Think, climate as a North Star, but think about how that's built within the environment that you are. So within the walls, within the friendly countries, whatever it is that you're operating it in, is going to give you a sustainable path to continuing to get venture capital and other forms of investment. I don't think that trend is going to go away. And so as long as you can show that there's kind of climate with industrial resilience, which goes back to, again, what Sophie was saying around kind of the defense/climate nexus, I think you're in a very sustainable path to continue to grow your business with the right types of capital. I think you have to ignore some of the valuation metrics you used to get sort of during the COVID times, but who knows, they may come back at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, Amy, I'll let you have the last word.
I definitely agree with Duncan and Sophie in terms of, what they shared. I think a lot of the founders that end up pitching us because they're really on the earliest stages really focus on the technical aspects of their company and really focusing as well on the business aspects. Like Sophie was mentioning, the really credible pathway to commercialization is really key. I would also throw something else in there about thoughtfully thinking about equity and justice. That's become a really core focus of the Biden administration and across many climate verticals. But, when you think about a couple of where it's really prevalent, like carbon removal, is being thoughtful about how you're going to be integrating equity and justice into your deployments. How are you thinking about responsible deployments? How are you engaging local communities where appropriate, especially as it relates, to permitting, has been a big bottleneck. And so we're also, encouraging our founders to think about that early because they'll be much more prepared down the line when, those questions rightfully will come up by customers and partners.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, I think that's it. Amy, Duncan, Sophie, thank you so much for your time. And thanks everyone for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
That was an insightful discussion, Tim. Thanks for your excellent moderation. SOSV almost always starts investing in a company at inception. The first check in deep tech given to the founders as they join one of our programs in New York City, Newark, or San Francisco. One of the most fun things working at SOSV is just hanging out and seeing the greatest new technologies and talking to the entrepreneurs who are bringing them to life. And I'm here today with Anton from Silana. And can you tell me a little bit what you do here?
Yes. We are Silana, robotics company from Austria. We located here last year. And what we are tackling is the fashion industry's biggest problems. How do we do it? With cutting-edge robotics.
What's the climate tech impact of this? And why should people care about reforming the textile industry for climate?
If you look deeper into the fashion industry, you see the environmental impact it has is very bad. Comes from super long shipping routes and overproduction, and that's what we are tackling. With our robots, we can reduce the overproduction, but also the biggest thing is nearshore the production back to Europe and back to the US.
This has real implications for the workforce as well, right?
Exactly, yeah. Right now, many of the fashion producers, they have the problem that when they want to produce in the US or Europe, they can't find the workforce. And that's where we are adding capacities to their production.
Yeah. So by bringing the production to the States, you're also enabling the manufacturing to happen here.
Exactly, yes.
And to Europe as well.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks so much for what you're doing here. It's really amazing. And now back to the summit. For our next summit session, I'd like to go back to our team in San Francisco to do the honors. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Wesley Dang, who is our Chief Science Officer in San Francisco. He leads deal sourcing and diligence, as well as working with startups to poke holes in their science and bomb-proof their business models. He landed his PhD in neuroscience in the lab of Mark Mayford at the Scripps Research Institute. Over to you, Wes.
Hey, Sean. Thanks for the intro all the way from New Jersey. I'm here at another part of our SF office, and I get to introduce a session moderated by my boss, Poe Bronson, who is an SOSV general partner and the managing director of our office here. The title of the session is called Climate Tech is Too Capital Intensive, but not always. What on earth is that title all about? Well, one of the rubs against some climate tech companies is that they often require huge amounts of capital because many, almost by definition, require big industrial build-outs to really get going. And the fact is, late-stage investors and lenders are balking at those costs. Even if the company succeeds, the dilution can be crushing or the debt service becomes a huge line item that destroys margins. What Poe and his panelists will be discussing is an emerging second wave of low capex deep tech, where factories don't cost hundreds of millions and margins are healthy, even in year one. Take it away, Poe.
Thanks very much for the intro. Welcome to this Climate Summit session. It's called Climate Tech is Too Capital Intensive, but not always. And we're at a time right now, if you look around this summit itself, you'll see 4 or 5 other sessions that are really trying to cope with the question of how do we get all this late-stage capital for the infrastructure of scaling climate tech. And it feels in our market almost like the government is saying, hey, we funded all of this research at this universities to create these technologies that become these startups. We're so excited that the financial capital system can now scale that for us. Meanwhile, here in early stage venture capital, we funded all these startups and we're looking to the government to say, hey, regulate and fund all of these startups to scale them. And it's almost like a divorced couple who have kids and they both made plans for Saturday night thinking the other person is the one who was going to watch the kids on Saturday night, but the kids are stranded. And we're at that point in our market right now. And this panel, this is a different way of thinking. Think of this as a little safe harbor for another way of looking at this world, which is that not all capital intensive companies not all climate companies are this capital intensive. They are out there. We want you to know that they exist, and there's a different way of doing this. And most of all, what we're looking to bring is to eliminate this jadedness, this idea that you shouldn't even look at investing in climate tech because you assume all of it is too capital intensive. There are other ways to do this. The primary way has been to invest in software or sensor companies that use normal tools of big tech and their margins. But there's also a new way emerging, and I brought some panelists together to try to air this out. I'm very excited about them. Each of them has a different point of view here. I brought Josh Silverman, who's the CEO of Windfall, but is also a multi-time founder over many years here in Silicon Valley. And he's been through a lot, and I think his personal maturation through this and how that's resulted in the business model of Windfall is an interesting thing. I've also brought Nicola Tung from Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners. It's often thought that CVCs are pretty fine with all this huge capex that these startups are wanting to talk about when they partner with large corporates. But I've watched Nicola work and I've watched what they've been investing in, and I see actually a really interesting point of view there from the point of view of corporates. And lastly, to really bring something different to the table, I've got Akshat Rathi, who is, most of you know, is the Bloomberg News reporter on covering the climate beat.
always posting really interesting things and doing significant stories. And he has a new book, Climate Capitalism, which isn't normally for like this particular audience. It's really to speak to the whole world out there that is trying to figure out like how do capitalism and government subsidies work together to solve climate. So I welcome the three of you, Josh, Nicola, and Akshat. And I'll start with Nicole. I'm going to start with you, if you can. Like, first tell people a little bit about Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners, how it fits into the overall Coke ecosystem, if you could, and maybe share a few things that you think of about like how you're looking at low capex modular systems that don't have the massive upfront capital costs that so many other things in climate do.
Sure. So for those of you that don't know, then Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners is a bottling partner of the Coca-Cola Company. So that means that in the territories in which we operate, we're responsible for sourcing raw materials, we own the factories, we ship the product, we sell to end consumers. And our ventures department has been set up specifically to invest in really early stage climate tech that is going to help us get to net zero. And the reason that we invest is because we have a commitment to reach net zero, and we know that we're not going to get there with existing technology. And therefore, we feel like we have a responsibility to help these technologies get to market and therefore help us reach net zero. And I'm really excited that you asked us to be on this panel because we quite often hear people say exactly that. Climate tech is expensive, we're adding cost, it's narrowing margins. And actually, I think that's a myth in a lot of cases. You know, climate tech does not have to be expensive. It doesn't have to add cost. And all of the things that we've invested in so far, we're looking for solutions that have a positive impact on the planet without adding cost into our business. And you touched on modularity there. We've seen that play a big role in how these things can work. So let's give an example of direct air capture, which is something that we've been heavily interested in. And when you think of direct air capture traditionally, you think of megaton factories out in Iceland or in big direct air capture hubs.
Yeah, huge giant sucking machines that are like going to fill the skies. And we're going to need like everywhere there's a gas station, we'll need this huge industrial CO2 sucking machine. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're ginormous and they've played a really good role. And I do think they have a role to play if they can meet the energy requirements and bring costs down. And, you know, for Coca-Cola, we use carbon dioxide as an ingredient. So there's things that you can do with it without two direct air capture companies. One of them is a UK company called Airhive. And the reason we invested is because they were offering a modular solution that would allow us to put something on our production sites, capture the CO2 from the atmosphere, and then use that ingredient directly at the point of withdrawing it as an ingredient in our drinks to make the fizz, to put the bubbles in the product. And they're using, you know, off-the-shelf equipment that they have integrated their IP into to create something that isn't massively capex intensive. And if you look at the lifetime of the capex and of the product that they provide, long-term with good renewable energy prices, we believe that they'll be able to meet the current cost of CO2 for us, even taking into account the capex cost.
That's great. And just for the audience watching, this wasn't so much a Coca-Cola problem, but during the World Cup, basically Europe ran out of beer because it didn't have the CO2 to inject into the beer. And it was a CO2 shortage at a time we had CO2 everywhere in our world, you know? Okay, that's awesome. I appreciate you bringing this point of view. I would just try to get other people in. So Josh, I'm going to go to you. For the audience that doesn't know Windfall, please tell them just a little bit about it. But then I'd love to hear about the business model through the context of your history with experience over different startups and why the business model Windfall is what it is.
Yeah. No, thanks, Bo, and thanks very much for having us on, being able to talk about our technology. So, you know, Windfall Bio is a nature-based company. We focus on the capture of methane, not CO2. And so one of the things I definitely want to make sure the audience understands, right? Methane is a significant climate gas. It's causing somewhere between 30 to 50% of the actual warming of the atmosphere today. And yet so much of our conversation is on CO2, has been about CO2. And yet, methane, up to 50% of the actual warming of the atmosphere, is getting less than 2% of climate investment and focus in the climate. I think the other major difference that relates very much to this conversation we're having today. So, CO2 is the lowest energy form of carbon. It's the end product of combustion. Anything you do to CO2 to capture it, concentrate it, sequester it, transform it, everything requires energy, because everything is uphill thermodynamically. And energy is expensive. I mean, that's the one thing I think everybody can agree on. All right, if it takes energy, it's a cost. And that's why we keep talking about climate technologies as cost centers, because you have to pay for that energy somewhere. That the benefit of methane, while again, it's a significantly worse greenhouse gas than CO2, methane has energy. Right? Methane is the highest energy naturally occurring form of carbon. If I have enough methane today, I can put it in a pipeline and get paid for it, right? I can burn it, I can turn it into electricity. Methane has more than enough energy contained in the molecule to actually drive its own capture, and with energy left to spare to create value. There's a reason natural gas is a currency of energy all around the world and is used that way, all right? And it is a value add and is extracted and used for that value. So our technology basically focuses on that value within the methane molecule. And by capturing methane, preventing it going from the atmosphere, and using that energy, we don't create cost centers for people to remove a climate gas. We're actually creating value add capture of a resource that's currently wasted for them. And so our technology is a biological system. These are naturally occurring non-GMO microbes that eat methane as their source of carbon and energy. So in the same way that yeast eat sugar to produce beer, our microbes eat methane and produce high-value nutrients and fertilizers and soil amendments that create value for our customers. So our model is very much in this sort of very low capex, very low, very high modularity, very distributed, partly because the methane sources that we look at are distributed. I mean, the whole idea of stranded methane is methane out in the middle of nowhere, and sort of by definition, these are small, low-quality sources of methane, because if it is a high-quality, concentrated source of methane, someone has already put it in a pipeline and is getting paid for it, right? That value is already there. So it's a bit of a circular definition in that regard. But in that same vein, we have to adapt our technology to be small-scale, capex light, and modular, because it has to fit with the source of the feedstock that we're going after, and has to pay back on a very small scale, which is not how we normally think about big climate investments. And just to touch on the second part of your question, Puz, so my experience, so I was a founder at two large climate-based companies, first Siluria, then Callista. Both of those were focused on natural gas transformation, and both involved the building of $100 million large stainless steel plants to develop the technology. And both were technically successful. We built the plants, they operated, they met their specs. But it's a really, really hard road. And we kept getting into this catch-22 of building the plant, where in order to secure the financing for the plant, you have to get guaranteed offtake contracts for the products coming out the back end. Nobody wants to give you a contract, a guaranteed offtake on the product until they can see, thousands of tons of product coming out, and you can't produce thousands of tons until you finance the plant.
Yeah.
End up in
chicken and egg dynamic, or
chicken and egg. It's the valley of death. You can call it. We've heard it called over and over, all these different things, but it's just a catch-22 where if you have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars, it just becomes a massive blocker, regardless of how good the model is for what the profitability might be at some point in the future. And then when we start talking about how do we scale things to something that's going to actually affect the planet, the climate as a whole, like if your capex, and if it's anything more than zero, right? You multiply the trillions of tons and cubic meters of atmosphere that we have to deal with and treat. If you're multiplying that by a capex number that's anything more than zero, right? Trillions times any number becomes a really, really large number. And then the question is, where does that actually come from? And the reality is, nobody has trillions of, on paper, you can write it out, an economic model says, oh, sure, just raise $1 trillion. The reality is that doesn't exist. No one's done it, and it's very unlikely to happen. Where as a centralized single investment with a large payer, the things that do scale to those levels are things like your small modular biological systems, things like crops, planting trees, agriculture, rainforest. Like these are self-perpetuating, cheap systems that sit there, do what they do without significant amounts of CapEx and OpEx, and scale horizontally, not vertically. So they're not capital intensive, but they're self-perpetuating catalytic systems. And people, I talk to chemical engineers and they say, well, biology doesn't scale. And biology doesn't scale in the same way that we think about, again, the big sucking carbon plants that you talked about, right? But biology is still the single largest sink of CO2 on the planet. And the thing is, it has scaled. It's already scaled. It is the largest scale technology in the world. And it's just, we can't scale trees more than we already have. The available area that we have has already been saturated, so we can't scale more. That doesn't mean that technologies like what we use for capture of methane can't now scale because they haven't had the same chance that trees have had. So
yeah, great.
I'll stop there. But yeah.
And fabulous. And one of the best approaches to describe windfall I've ever heard, and I've known you for 2 years, every time. Just real quick, for the audience's benefit, share of methane, like how much of our methane challenge is in these dilute forms, distributed dilute versus in concentrated? Like, is that a big part of methane, a small part of methane?
It is huge. 90% plus of the methane going to the atmosphere is not coming from concentrated, like Nord Stream pipeline blew up, a whole bunch of methane went into the air. All right, you could see the bubbles on the ocean and you could see all this methane pouring out. Those are fortunately rare and unlikely events. Where we see the vast majority of the methane, it's coming from places like landfills, from wastewater treatment plants, from rice paddies, from cows and manure, from natural wetlands. Right, these are all low quality, less than 5% concentration methane, not combustible. Right, if you have a pipeline and you have excess methane, there's a real easy solution, right? You light a match, right? Or you close the leak and you get it back in the pipeline and you burn it somewhere else. Any methane that gets into the atmosphere over a 20-year period is worth 86 tons of CO2 equivalents in terms of impact to climate. So burning it to CO2 is it's a huge advantage. It's a huge win. But I come back to, again, methane has value. So if we were talking about concentrated methane, and again that the pipeline is dumping methane into the air, there's a real strong incentive to close that up and get that somewhere else because people are going to get paid for it.
Okay, let me go to our third panelist here. So Akshat Rathi, welcome to the SOSV Climate Summit. As a former journalist myself, still book writer, excited to have another one here. And I'll first tell people about your book, and I'm really curious your point of view you have to share here, where we have the audience today of the very VCs that are trying to be capitalists in this space.
Yes, well, thanks for having me. The book is about trying to do exactly what we all want to do, which is showing where in the world climate solutions are being deployed at scale, at a country level, at a company level, at an industry level. And it is really around the world. And so it's covering examples in the US and Europe, but also in India and China and in some small island countries. So what I found in that process is that you do require people, policy, and technology to come together, but none of that happens without finance. And that's what we are talking about today. Now, I'm going to challenge the premise to say, are there only capital light solutions that we can go after? There are certainly many, and we should. And we talked about a couple of them that Nicola and Josh talked about. But I would say also the other way to think about this is that when we're talking about capital light, we are really thinking about it from the perspective of the startup or the investors in the startup who want to be capital light. It does not mean that the end product has to be capital light, right? So there are a couple of ways in which companies have been able to use or stay capital light on their own, or investors don't put up that much of their own money, but bring in multiplying money from elsewhere. One model that's been used and will continue to be used is a licensing model, where you are making something that has a manufacturability that fits in an existing manufacturing setup, and you license your technology. This is happening more and more in battery manufacturing. If you're able to provide a drop-in solution for a current battery manufacturing setup, but that improves the energy capacity of the battery, or reduces the cost of the manufacturing material that you're using right now, or reduces the amount of energy you have to use to make that battery, then please, we'll happily take that license from you. We'll give you revenue from the start. We'll get some of your people to work in our big battery company and make that startup really be scalable. And then you're not looking at a Series B and a C because you've got revenue coming. You are spending that revenue on R&D and you're working on licensing. And that's, I'm picking a battery example there, but there are a few more areas where this is taking off. The other one, and I think why I was challenging the premise of capital, is that eventually we are going to need large-scale solutions. That there is no way around having large capital going towards these solutions. But that large capital is relative to where we are sitting today, right? Today we're spending about less than $2 trillion on the energy transition globally. We need to spend at least double that if we want to be on track for net zero. So doubling that in the trillions, as Josh was saying, is hard, but we are already at 2 trillion. So we only need to double now. It's not sort of a 2 billion to 2 trillion leap that you have to take. So one place where I found solutions that are starting to take off, and where investors who are listening can actually really push for that multiplicator factor to come through, is to invest in developing countries. So there are two ways in which you can think about this. One, you could think about actually doing your demonstration in a developing country where your material costs are lower, your labor costs are lower. I have met multiple founders who are from developing countries. I know a founder in India who's currently got a company in San Francisco, but wants to build their first factory in India because it's just a capital light place to go and build their first factory. But the other one is to actually engage with the financial system that's going to bring in the trillions of dollars. And so, these banks, these large investors beyond the VC, have the capital, they have the desire to go into emerging markets and in green solutions, but there is a gap between where they are and where the startup is and where this money needs to go. So places that can help that translation happen is through development banks. There are a ton of development banks here in the US, but also in Europe, in Asia, which will work with a startup and a large financial institution and bridge that gap and provide sort of risk-free capital in the middle, where they'll say, if this startup goes down, we will absorb all the losses and you, the large investor, doesn't have to worry. But you do have to put in a larger sum so that you can help the startup actually scale up. So these types of, they're called blended finance instruments. They are becoming more and more the way in which global climate diplomacy is talking about moving capital to developing countries. And I think investors can play a big role, all the way starting from VC investors at early stage capital, at early stage companies.
So you're describing VCs funding technological risk, team execution, that kind of thing. And then it's paired with development banks that are really focused on developing world and bringing together almost these different extreme sides of capitalism into a single sandwich and making it work. It does create a challenge, which is that's a long cycle to get a development bank to want to fund something. It's a long cycle to get a nation to say, we need this technology, as much as we realized back in the day we needed solar type of thing, because there are just so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of examples that I can bring up which might help. So I think most people would probably be aware of things that Breakthrough Energy has done with its demonstration units through its capital funds, where they are they may not be investors in the startup, but they are helping create the first demonstration plant through bringing in corporate money and other types of capital. Right now, no development bank is involved, but the other place where this is happening is there are certain types of technologies that developing countries want that you could go and actually build there. So Singapore is a very good example of lab-grown meat, for example. Chicken now is legally, you can go out in a shop and buy lab-grown chicken in Singapore, because Singapore does not have land, does not have much of food security, and it wants to be able to create those technologies in us. So there are real opportunities for certain types of technologies where governments are actually waiting for startups to show up.
Yeah, it's good. It's been a whole... Nicole, let me ask you, we've talked about modularity. Akshat has brought up, Josh talked about self-perpetuating. We talked about manufacturability, some here. And then there's been this talk about like how to maybe free ride on existing infrastructure. Like if you want to do something to seawater, look for where there's already infrastructure with seawater in it. For example, power plants use seawater to cool them all over the world. And if you want to get access to seawater without just get inside a power plant kind of thing. So what are some of the other like features that low capex companies like are hallmarks of their financial pattern that you look for to even just separate them from the heavy capex companies?
Yeah, okay. So Akshat mentioned as well about drop-in replacements for things. So we're looking for companies that can create a renewable chemical or something that can drop into existing infrastructure that prevents them having to do the capex in the first place. So we look at it a lot from a recycling point of view. We look a lot at plastic recycling and what companies out there are not requiring huge infrastructural changes, but actually can provide a monomer or a PET resin that drops into existing infrastructure for us to use. And they're really useful because you're looking at what works today and currently and how can we better utilize it to prevent capex. But I also think you can be really smart and think totally differently. So if we look at ingredients for us, ingredients are 25% of our carbon footprint. We need to reduce our reliance on sugar, for example, and we need to look at how we can make sugar more sustainable. And the obvious way to look at doing that is to say, okay, what creates the carbon footprint in sugar? Okay, it's the fertilizer, it's the pesticides, it's the diesel from the tractors, there's all these things. And what you could do is go out and tackle each one of those individually and say, okay, we're going to create a green fertilizer, but it requires loads of capex because you're changing the systems. Or you could switch the tractors away from diesel, but again, you're looking at more equipment, more infrastructure. Or you could, and pardon the pun, but you could look at the root of the problem, so actually, could we just have a crop that doesn't need as much fertilizer, doesn't require the tractor to go over and spray pesticides quite so often? And we've invested in a US company called Avalo that's doing just that. They're using a software model, they're using an advanced AI tool that allows them to track and identify the traits within a sugarcane crop that would make it require less inputs, make it more sustainable. And once they manage to do that, they're tackling multiple things all at once. They're dropping into existing infrastructure, but they're adding value across the value chain as well, because farmers are having to use less inputs, so they're making more profit. They're being able to sell their product on without having to put an additional on cost onto the end consumer as well. So it's not only low capex, but it's increasing the value pool for everybody.
Yeah, and Avalo, which is in addition to sugarcane also doing cotton, is, doesn't need to own farms. They'll just take farm debt, pay the farmers to grow their cotton and in the future their sugarcane, and then 5 months later, pay back the farm debt. It's very low interest debt because essentially farmers are subsidized all over the world and doesn't necessarily need capex in that system. It's a really ingenious train of thought about an elegant solution to what could look like a multi-piece problem. And Josh, let me ask you this. Often we see these companies that are like one-upping each other in a space, and every year they're like, we do what that company last year did, but we also do this, so it's cheaper. You seem to be more of a first of its kind company, and often first of its kind companies didn't have all this worked out. Like, in the methane space, there was sort of a paucity of people trying to solve the problem you were solving, which is all this dilute methane in the world.
Yeah, and I'd say there still is. So not to jump in too much, but yeah, we would absolutely love to see more people work in the methane space. It's still massively underpopulated relative to its impact on the planet. I did just want to jump in on the drop-in replacement side of things. I mean, so we've talked to a lot of players, and I would argue there is no such thing as a drop-in replacement. There is always going to be a switching cost. There's always little details. Just the contaminant profile, the less than 1% contaminant profiles that show up in a new ingredient can often require pretty big changes. So every time we talk to a large customer, there is a lot of work that goes in. And when we think about CapEx and our customers think about CapEx, I think the one thing that I haven't heard yet that I did want to highlight is that there is an opportunity cost. And so even if your new technology on paper makes money, even if it is profitable and looks good, like every large customer that's coming to you, they have $10 of CapEx to spend. The choice is, do I spend it on this new technology that has a high risk, or do I spend it on this other thing that I've always been doing before, is very low risk, and I know exactly what the return is? And that opportunity cost with these companies have limited CapEx budgets, they have limited bandwidth, they have limited opportunity to do anything. And so trying to get something new has to, it is a very big hurdle. And that's something that
it's competitive. It's a competitive market, and all these opportunities are looking for this capital. Akshay, you talk about, Breakthrough Energy Ventures investor and Josh, and I'm on cap tables with them, but like, it's competitive to get in there, So Akshay, like, your big picture, you travel the world promoting this stuff. You're well outside the normal VC ecosystem. Any final words for us here to think about this topic?
I would say, just watching it from a distance, climate tech has gone through two big cycles. The first time around, the crash was quite real and real bad. This time around, there certainly has been difficulties, but it's nothing like the last time. The struggle is real. Don't get me wrong, but there's also so much potential because the rest of the world understands this problem much better than it did the first time around. And so as much as there is challenges to be faced, both on capital, but on all other things, this time around, the world is way more committed to actually addressing the problem. And that should give investors, but also all the startup founders, a lot of hope.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Yes, people are committed. You can hear from Nicola talking about the responsibility for net zero. It's very, very real. It's felt by everybody. It's shared, and it's durable. Panelists, thank you very much. I wish we could spend another half an hour talking about this, but I will pass it back to SOSV.
Thank you very much, Po. That was a great session. When you combine the realities of time to get to market, the cost of capital, and the sheer difficulty of building tech-based industries, this new wave of low CapEx, low OpEx, deep tech makes a lot of sense, especially in 2024, a challenging time as startup capital is harder to come by. For our next session, I'm hopping back here to New York City, where I am psyched to introduce Dr. Stephen Chambers, who is an SOSV general partner and also the managing director of our facilities here in Manhattan. Steve has a PhD in molecular biology and was awarded Royal Society Entrepreneur in Residence at Imperial College London. Steve was one of the founding scientists at Vertex Pharmaceuticals, where he worked on many drug discovery programs, two of which, Ageneraze and Lexiva, won FDA approval. He went on to co-found AbPro Therapeutics, employing synthetic biology and immunology to accelerate antibody discovery. He also co-founded BioStart, the UK's first life sciences accelerator. Steve, come on in. So what do we got going on here at the labs?
This is the beating heart of IndieBio New York, if you didn't know. This is where it all happens in the lab, where we bring our companies once we've made our initial investment in them, and we start de-risking the technology. And this is where it all happens.
So this is, it's a pretty big place. There's like 40 benches. What's inside the lab?
As you said, like it's 40 benches. We've got a main lab, a main wet lab, and then we've got 2 category 2 labs where you can do tissue culture and cell work. And we've got a lot of analytical equipment. It does provide a turnkey experience for the founders. They can literally turn up with nothing and get to work the same day.
And millions of dollars of equipment, all to different types of characterizations, protein characterizations. What else we have?
A lot of the characterization is around the end product. So like in our biomaterials, we have the Instron that measures the tensile strength. We have other pieces of equipment that measure the thickness and the texture of the materials as well.
Yeah, excellent. So I'll leave you to introduce the next session for the Climate Tech Summit.
Thank you very much, Sean. I'm really delighted to introduce the next one because it features Tom Tex, one of my favorite startup alums from our New York program. And the moderator is none other than my colleague, Sabria Stooks, who is our Chief Scientific Officer. The session is entitled Making Fashion Sustainable, From the Lab to the Catwalk. In its current state, the global fashion industry is wasteful and emissions heavy, responsible for an estimated 4% of greenhouse gases and 4% of waste. Part of the answer is to decarbonize textiles. And the good news is that there is no shortage of ways to accomplish that, including alternative materials and textile-to-textile recycling. A key element of the success in this sector is partnering with established apparel brands which rule the markets and dominate the supply chains. Our panelists will discuss how those pieces are falling into place. Over to you, Sabria.
Thanks, Stephen. Really excited to be the moderator for this panel, as this space is definitely something we think quite a lot about and have been seeing so many new and creative innovations in this space. I'm really excited to introduce the 3 panelists we have for this discussion today. I'll start with Kim. Kim is currently the Chief Supply Chain Officer at Everlane. She oversees sustainability, sourcing, raw materials, product development, production, and quality for all categories. And her specialty is growing design-driven brands with a focus on sustainability, quality, and transparency. She's also spent several years in logistics and distribution, as well as domestic manufacturing. We also have Uwen Tran, a former fashion and textile designer who is now a founder and CEO of SOSV portfolio company Tom Tex. With a deep passion for innovation, she is committed to revolutionizing the materials industry. Her mission is to create sustainable, accessible, and practical alternatives to traditional commercial materials, while also addressing the urgent need to mitigate the environmental crisis facing our planet. And lastly, we have Dennis Nobilius, CEO at Syri, a textile impact company on a mission to de-waste and decarbonize the textile industry at hyperscale. Prior to joining Syri, Dennis was Chief Operations Officer for the premium electric car brand Polestar, CEO of Zenuity, and held several VP positions at Volvo Cars. He holds a PhD in R&D management and is passionate about high technology environment, sustainability, and leadership. So given that we only have such a short period of time, I really want to go ahead and kick this off, firstly with Kim. Everlane's website can feel like it doesn't just sell clothes. It can actually feel like a crash course in Fashion Sustainability 101. If you go on there, you can find the company's latest impact report, sustainable fashion terms explained, and even detailed information on how you're adhering to the California Supply Chain Transparency Act, which is pretty great for a mid-sized retailer to have so much of that as its focus. So knowing that sustainability may not be a primary selling point for many customers, or that a green premium on clothes can be a tough sell, can you actually share more about the decision to go into such depth on this particular topic right on your website?
So, sustainability is complicated, as my peers on this panel know, and it's also pretty detailed and can be very intimidating. So we think of sustainability as information, and the more informed you are as a consumer, the better choices you will have. And we think of our site as a way to inform and educate the consumer and hopefully choose Everlane. But even if they don't choose Everlane, they walk away with more information that they can make better choices. And, we really think that the best way to be sustainable, or the most conscious way to be sustainable is to really think about where you're purchasing product and use your purchasing power. And that is something that we really try to focus on. But we also want to make it fun and visually stimulating. I've read a lot of impact reports and they can be very dry. So to make it something that you stay on the page, you want to read more, is the way to really continue to be educated and informed and make better choices. Obviously, you have your day-to-day life, but we also want to make it easier for you to make better choices in consuming other products. So hopefully you stay with Everline, but if you don't, you walk away and you learn something.
Which I absolutely did. Again, in preparation for this discussion, when I went on there, I actually was, and I didn't even know that there was this breadth of knowledge beyond just going on there to potentially look for shirts, pants, and shoes. And I absolutely agree that many impact reports can feel very dry. So, kind of going through what you and your team put together, it did feel more kind of like a fashion report or a fashion kind of magazine. And so, you use the word choices, and also, I think really defined kind of how you are also thinking about sustainability. And so I would offer that same question to both Dennis and Ewan. So, also both in your bios, the word sustainability and transparency has came up quite often. And so, Dennis, I'll ask you first, how are you defining sustainability? And then we can go from there.
Thank you, and really appreciate the action that you're doing, Kim, on your end. So educate the consumer, I think, is really key. When it comes to sustainability, for me, that has been driving my choices all the time. So working with a safe, good automotive brand like Volvo Cars, then going into electric cars, and then seeing electric cars taking off quite substantially, and realizing, looking into textile industry, that there is actually a lack of global suppliers that really can provide circular solutions. That's why I then diverted into changing industry and moving from automotive to textile to see what we can do to impact that. And for us, that manifests in everything we do, trying to minimize our own transportation within the company, but foremost then taking on the task to bring this kind of textile fiber. We focus on polyester, and we secure that can be reused over and over again without being able to bring up more virgin oil from the earth. So that is our mission in life, really secure that polyester, which is like 57% of the world's textile fiber today, can be reused over and over again. We think that is an excellent way of tackling that as a start.
Thanks, Dennis. Ewan, over to you. How are you defining sustainability? Maybe not just in the material that you're creating, but in the way in which you're creating it.
Yeah, to echo with everyone's, I think for me, sustainability isn't just about, reducing harm, right? It's about rethinking how we create, consume, and innovate. And as the founder, I think that's mean being responsible for every step, from sourcing the materials to thinking about what happened for the material and the product when it reached the end of life. So I and the company focus on using first regenerative resources like mushroom, and then waste resources like cells with waste, and how we're making sure that our processes is non-toxic and circular. And in fact, that with Tomtex, we have the USDA 100% bio-based certificate for our material. And also we have the vegan certificates for our cereal mushroom as well. And Sapriya, I want to share that for Tomtex, sustainability isn't just about the technology, but it's also about the design and craftsmanship. And we are not just a technology company, we also a design brand. So that all the craftsmanship and design behind each piece that we design is as important as the innovation. So design is such a huge part of, the human experience, that we always create the stimulations, fresh inspiration, and experience that can move us. So I think that is very touch what is the background behind or what we do at Tomtex to combine science and design and sustainability together.
Exactly, because it's not just about is your product sustainable, but as Dennis touched on, and even Kim touched on too, is the process and getting that material into, the clothes that we wear. Is that process sustainable? Is that supply chain sustainable? Dennis, on your website, you say a sustainable supply chain starts with transparency. And a part of that is, kind of touching back onto what Kim said, is also just educating the consumer and the customer about where their products are coming from and how they are getting into their clothes. So I'd like to stick with you, Dennis and Yuan, just briefly around how you are thinking about getting your materials into clothes and or working with some of these small to mid to large size retailers. I'm sure many of our listeners who are either thinking about building brands or thinking about creating new materials, the process of getting the material and then working with brands can be fuzzy and murky at best. So would love to hear your perspective and experience, both with, how you were able to approach designers, approach brands, feedback that they gave you, and maybe some things you had to tweak along the way in order to make successful partnerships. And actually, maybe Dennis, given the work that you've done with the H&M group, I feel like that might be helpful for some folks to hear.
So this is so interesting. This is also what intrigued me with the Syre company. It was actually started by the CFO from H&M Group, recognizing then that they need a big partner, and they saw the sustainability targets and not being able to meet up to them. And then they said, let's create something ourselves then and team up as an industry. So apart from starting the company, they also committed then a huge offtake agreement, which is more than half of their forecasted use of polyester for 7 years period. And that contract is in itself worth $600 million. And that's a great foundation to build a company on. But even though that if we were to do such offtake agreement with all the major brands like the top 5-7, it is still such a small percentage of the overall volume, because the entire distribution of volume and use is so fragmented. So we need to find a way to offer circular materials also to the small and medium-sized retailers. And then that comes with building an ecosystem and building a partnership. And here we are targeting a couple of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3s and teaming up with them a bit stronger, and then building a platform so we can actually offer circular materials to the many, because that's how we make an impact. So that's a bit our tactics regarding that.
So would you say that it's almost like you were able to show that this model works, and so that it can be replicated at a variety of stages, not just kind of at these larger companies?
Yes, correct. So that's the way to go about. I mean, getting the commitment from the larger companies is great, because then you can make an impact and you can turn from linear to circular, and you can show that this is the way forward and do that commitment and lead the way in a way. So I think that is really important. But really getting access to everyone is what we are after.
And when, we have been so proud of the successes TomTex has had, both, on the runway, in magazine spreads, and just recently as the Green Lizard bag, which if you have, please do go check it out. I know some of these partnerships came about because of your design background and, partnerships and friendships with those individuals, but could you talk more about how you were able to, kind of convince people to take a chance on a new material?
Yeah, we actually in the different stage compared to Dennis, because we launched TomTex less than 3 years ago with like 10 people. So still a lot of processes along the way to scale the material, but we're so excited to now seeing the material on the tour runway and move forward to produce it with the designer that we already partnership with. So actually, from the get-go, we spent a lot of time thinking about how to differentiate ourselves and where we see the material of the future of our materials going, right? So many brands ask if we can make something that mimic small grain leather or calfskin leather. And sure, one of the most common leather textile across fashion, furniture, and even automotive, it is black or just brown material, but it's very tough to stand out. And you look like everyone else. So hitting the performance and the competitive pricing is just the basic and it's a must. But how we can go beyond that is something that is missing piece for this innovative material. So my experience working with brand is most designer and design team care less about whether your material is made out of mushroom or algae. They really care about what is the materials look like and feel and how they related the emotion and the craftsmanship with this material. And design is what makes it different. So craftsmanship is the thing that it take our material to the runway and make people loved it. So the green lady holding our lizard bag is one thing. It's fun, but at the same time, with the same runway show, we make 2 other bags with the designer to show the versatility, something that's fun and creative, but something that we can produce it for the customer as well. But you may be surprised because a lot of people want to wear the lizard bag than to the tote bag.
Yeah, that actually doesn't surprise me much after I saw it. But actually, I think this would be a good time to maybe turn it back over to Kim. Given the experiences that Dennis and Ewan had with, getting their materials onto the runway into clothes, could you talk to us a little bit more about, from your perspective or your vantage point as a part of a mid-sized retailer who is interested in supporting these new materials, what would you like to see these brands show you? I know Ewan mentioned performance, cost, but are there other specifics that you would like to see? And actually, if you could even mention, when would you like these companies to engage with you? Is it in the process of making their material? Is it after it's done? Would love to kind of hear your perspective there.
Yeah, great question. I'm going to ask for the whole kit and caboodle. So bear with me, because what I'm going to ask for is going to be definitely something innovative and unique that is not out in the market currently. Durability is huge, because that is where we've really struggled in the past. And we can talk a little bit about that if you like. But durable and soft hand or nice hand is also, they have to really work well together. Because usually if it's durable, it's not soft. And, Yuan was speaking about this soft premium feel. That's really important for us, especially at our price point. So having the durability piece and the softness that feels premium is huge. Next piece, affordable. This is where we run into a lot of issues, whether it's too expensive, where it knocks it out of the market, or our customer isn't going to understand why it's so expensive. So really being able to tell the story about it and having a really clear story on why this is special and unique, and why is it better than H&M. Just because, Dennis, I know you're working with them. The other really big struggle we have is the lead time. So usually most of our materials that are either sustainable, recycled, or organic are much, much longer lead times than a virgin material. And that really puts us as a mid-sized company, it's a struggle, because to be able to predict the demand and forecast it, maybe even buy it up front, makes it really, really challenging for a mid-sized company. The other thing that we've struggled with is, if we want to be unique and first to the market, there's usually an investment required. And that becomes also very challenging for a small to mid-sized company. So how do you help launch a product and bring it to market and really get it out there as a mid-sized company with very little investment and not having to do these massive forecasts or requirements that are really challenging? And I know that I just asked for everything. So I'd say the most important thing is going to be the product needs to be great. So that's the durability and the hand and the storytelling with fact. That's the other thing. A lot of time people will come to us and say, hey, we have this great product, but they don't have all the facts yet. They don't have all the data yet. And they require a pretty hefty investment up front. And that's where we usually get knocked out. And that's where kind of the bigger brands swoop in a bit. And it's hard for us to bring something to market.
Can I ask if you can give a bit more clarity around when you talk about durability? I know I know for a brand for your size, it's hard to take big risk. But was there a time where you said, "Look, we want to try something different. It didn't really hit the mark, but you did learn something from it." And was that around durability?
Yeah, and I can explain durability a little bit. So we are a brand that tends to focus on natural fibers, and that's where it gets even trickier. When you have a lot of synthetic materials, those tend to be more durable by nature, right? So we want to stick to more a bigger percentage of durable materials, which is going to be, natural materials, which will be more of your cottons and your wools. And that's where the durability piece gets really tricky, because especially when you're using recycled materials, it can get scratchy, it can pill. The fiber lengths are shorter, so they tend to pill more. And I don't know if everyone knows what pilling is, but those are all the little balls that happen. They can create holes. So from a natural fiber perspective, it's going to be the pilling, holes, long-lasting materials. Because ideally, we want to put stuff out there that lasts a long time so that you can go to resale, you can have it passed down, it can live a long time. So if it's not durable or pilly or holey, that becomes tricky. Obviously, there's also when you get into footwear or bags, more of the leather goods, but where is a lot of wear and tear, right? So you need to be able to still wear your product, not have it crease like crazy, not have it have heavy marks. So that durability piece, but still soft, which is why virgin leather tends to kind of tend to go there, is because it's very soft, but it's also quite durable. That is where we've struggled a bit, is finding that nice balance. And then you add the price to it, right?
Yeah. And the title of this session is Making Fashion Sustainable. And it does feel like, based on just some of the things the three of you have shared, parts of it are. However, there's still always room for improvement. And I think that it would be remiss if we didn't spend just a few minutes of our discussion discussing the fact that some very successful brands that focus sustainability have, in the past, I would say 6 months to a year, have recently had to shutter. Most notably, I think for folks in New York, including myself, was Mara Hoffman, who had been around, I believe, since 2015. And, people could say, oh, well, she had to shutter her brand, so that was a failure. But really, when in fact it felt very successful, the fact that she was able to be around for as long as she was, and have the clothes that she did. And that's only one example. But it would be great to maybe end our discussion on where you see the kind of future of sustainability in fashion, and what are some of the lessons that we can take moving forward in bringing everyone together to make sure that there are more success stories. And maybe I'll have Dennis start us off.
That's the toughest questions for me, but what I'm trying to do is to create this kind of global supply partner. We're starting then to try to stop the crude oil from happening. So I think the circular model is definitely the way to go. We're also trying to create a textile powerhouse, then bringing on perhaps natural fiber as the next ones to bring on. And the what we can offer then is really a different cost point. So by scale comes cost advantages, and then we can enable those brands to really get the margins that they would need to bring this to life. So I think that would be my perspective. As for the brand perspective, I would very much rely more on Kim here, I think.
It's tricky. I think the first thing is the product has to be right. Got to have the product right. And I think we've learned that leading with sustainability first, it doesn't necessarily transfer into a purchase. So really making sure the product is right, and you can back it up with a nice sustainable story so that they feel really good about what they're purchasing and they feel like they're making the right choice. But the product's got to be right, and it has to be really clear on why it's right. That's kind of the storytelling piece, I'd say.
Yeah, I think I really echo with Kim about this. I think I hear you. But I truly believe that, like the world changing, and we have a lot of consumers that align their purchase, their value decisions with what they believe in to incorporate into their life. So I think that it's not the trend anymore; it's the future. Even though we see a lot of people shut down, but just one or two, I still have more possibility in some of the designers that I work with at this moment, like Colina Strada. Like, she is thriving. She's struggling in the last, I think, when she started 15 years ago. But now the goal changed. And the way you do business in somewhat like e-commerce, and the narrative telling the story, not just really depending on the department store anymore, it can somehow uplift and redirect the purchase order within the brand. So I think it will be the combination between new sustainable material, innovative material, with the new way of doing business, that sustainability now can be a profit to a brand, not just an add-on.
Yeah, and it's table stakes, right? Like sustainability with the young generation, like it has to be there.
Let me share a fun example. It was I have some hopes for the younger generation. I had my son to visit the store, Icebug, footwear brand local in Scandinavia, now spreading a bit. But the salesperson, he was approaching my son, holding up two shoes, and this is 10 kilograms, this is 15 kilograms of CO2. And then my son just went directly for the 10 kilogram. I think if you are doing what Kim is doing on the webpage, educating around the CO2, then you can make an educated decision. And I have a high hope for the younger generation to actually pursue that, despite some of the other brands around there.
Well, I think that is a hopeful message to end on. I want to thank all three of you for taking some time out of your very busy days and lives to share some of your perspectives on how we can continue to make fashion sustainable. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sabria. That was really a helpful conversation. It's especially great to hear from a big brand like Everlane. Our panels at the summit index heavily towards founders and investors, but it's super important to hear from corporates too. After all, they are the future customers and possible acquirers of many climate startups.
We're here at IndieBio San Francisco, and I have with me Adam Ahmad, co-founder of Spiralwave. Adam, why don't you tell the audience what's running behind us?
So here we got lining in a bottle. We demonstrated this, and it takes flue gas and converts it into methanol. It's a single-step conversion to methanol without having to capture the CO2. But I even got a much more exciting version. Over here, you see, it's the same version you saw there, but it's an elongated tube. That's because we make methanol directly from air. So this is the first reactor that's demonstrated to make fuel, specifically liquid fuel, from air, without having to capture the CO2 first.
So if you heard that, world, no more capturing your CO2 as a separate step for making it into fuel.
For our next session, I'm handing things back to the San Francisco team and bringing on Parikshit Sharma, who is a partner at SOSV and works closely with our founders in areas such as milestone mapping, building data rooms, indication selection, and techno-economic modeling. He also ran his own summit breakout session earlier this week on a topic close to his heart and his homeland: perspectives from India's strengthening climate tech ecosystem. Over to you, Parikshit.
Thank you, Sean, and thanks for the shout out on the breakout focused on India. If we're going to make progress on the climate, India has a strong role to play. India also has a lot at stake, considering it's among the places most vulnerable to a future climate catastrophe, whether that's flooding in Kerala or heat waves across the nation. Which makes this session appropriate for me to introduce. It's entitled, It's Actuarial: Climate is Reinventing Insurance. The insurance industry has no climate deniers, and it's easy to see why. According to the US National Climate Assessment, the frequency of $1 billion plus natural disasters has increased from 1 every 4 months in 1980s to 1 every 3 weeks. Because of big losses due to massive claims, big-name insurance companies are dropping coverage everywhere, from California to Florida. At the same time, insurance tech startups are surfacing with new approaches that make use of parametrics and AI-based risk analysis to bring property insurance to the scary world of climate risk. Our moderator is Matthew Zetlin, a correspondent for the terrific climate news site Heatmap, where he covers energy and economics. Over to you, Matthew.
Thank you so much, SOSV. This is going to be a great conversation that I'm really excited for with these three leaders of these three very interesting and very active companies. I'm joined by Bessie Schwartz of Floodbase, Max Clark of Plover, and Sid Jha of Arbol. And I think maybe the best way to start would be to have them just talk very briefly about, all the companies are related and work on similar things, but it is a little different. So I think the best way to start would be to have everyone just talk about what their companies do. And Bessie, since you're on the left of my screen here, let's start with you.
Yeah, happy to. And really excited to be here on this panel with these other awesome companies. So I'm the co-founder and CEO of Floodbase, and we focus on the most common and costly disaster. So Floodbase is an AI platform that designs and administers flood insurance for the trillions of dollars of risk that cannot be covered by legacy flood insurance products. And we do this using a proprietary technology we've invented with satellites and computer vision in order to monitor flooding anywhere around the world and pay out virtually automatically when we detect floods happen. This is a product type insurance called parametric, which I know Plover and Arbol are also big experts in. So very focused on that particular peril.
All right, thanks so much. And Max, let's hear from you.
Yeah, likewise, a pleasure to be here. Plover is a software business with the mission to grow the market for parametric products. We do that through a combination of services and software. We are a specialty brokerage that has automated the process of quoting and ultimately selling parametric insurance for flood, for wildfire, for hurricane, earthquake, etc. And so likewise, very excited to be here and talk about how technology can help expand coverage in the light of a changing climate.
Great, thank you. And Sid.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure. Arbol is a climate insurance, climate financial products entity that our mission is to broaden the adoption of climate financial products for climate adaptation. So we cover perils ranging from heat waves and low rainfall to hurricanes and low wind speeds for renewables and many other such markets. We work across agriculture, energy, insurance, reinsurance, and our overarching mission is to bring all the pieces of the process to in one place. So from the clients to the technology to the structuring to pricing and underwriting to the capital. We work around the world, and we are very much focused on the growing coverage gap in the climate space.
All right. Thanks so much, everyone. And Sid, actually, I wanted to go back to you really quickly. I guess a question I have as a reporter who works in a climate newsroom, so we're writing about climate, extreme weather and disaster and peril all the time. I guess my question then is, why does a product or products like the ones you have to exist? Like, why can't traditional insurance products work for the perils that you guys cover?
Yeah, great question. The way insurance was designed initially, and it really hasn't changed a whole lot, probably in the last 40 to 100 years, is it's based on subjective loss assessment. It's based on, basically the insurance company estimating what the cost of an event is. And what all of these things do is they make the product not very scalable. It works in some areas for some perils, but when you start to have more frequent storms, more frequent events, and more importantly, populations living in more vulnerable areas that previously did not need that much, insurance coverage, it's not a very flexible model. You need specialized adjusters after an event. You need a lot of specialized infrastructure. Contracts are extremely complex. You have also a very mismatched power dynamic, obviously a very well-capitalized, powerful insurance company on one side, and a consumer who's not really in a position to get into the weeds of a contract. So a lot of these issues make it difficult to scale coverage. And as we have new areas, much larger populations living in hail, tornado, hurricane, wildfire areas, you need to scale that coverage quickly, and insurance is really not able to meet that challenge.
And to just directly going off of that, Bessie, my question for you, with the parametric products that you guys are involved in developing, we hear so much about, especially around flood cancellations, people not being able to get insurance. But then how do people find out about these parametric products? How are they being sold? Is it a push? Is it a pull? What is your experience with that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm actually would love to answer that by dovetailing on what Sid said, because I completely agree that the products that we offer in insurance work for some things. I actually don't think that they're fundamentally broken, but they are just not designed inherently to cover the majority of risk. So I'll focus on flooding because that's really our area. So a traditional product, generally an indemnity product, is really designed for primarily property damage. It can do some other things around the edges. And so that process that Sid was just talking about, where you simulate risk, generally through, in this case, a flood model. It's running various simulations to try to figure out risk. Works well. It's a little bit of an old school way, but it works well. And then you have a person with a clipboard go assess the damage and then give you how much they've estimated damage you have. It can be slow, but the idea is that you get the exact amount of actual property damage that you've had. That can work for some things. It does not work for non-damage business interruption. It doesn't work for places where there just is no field adjuster presence, which is the majority of the world and many of the places that we're working in the developing or middle markets. It doesn't work for contingency risk, supply chain risk in most cases, and it's also quite slow. So while it might be the exact dollar, it's not going to be fast, and it's not going to be flexible, meaning you get it to rebuild your property. So good for many types of damage from an event, but as we all know, the damage from a flood or a fire is much more holistic than just the physical property damage that you're rebuilding from. And so sort of in my opinion, the kind of products that we're all offering here are really designed to cover most types of risk that just is not available with these older products. So what we are doing with parametric is then judging whether or not an event happened and paying out based on that almost automatically. So there's a lot more to talk about with that, but then to come to your question, Matthew, now that we can fill these gaps that we really, the insurance market has not traditionally been offering, and that therefore clients have not traditionally been purchasing, I actually think the gap becomes a lot about education. Someone is not used to purchasing, whether you're an individual, you're a business, you're a government at even the national level, you're not used to filling this gap, at least with this product. You're not used to covering your non-damage business interruption. You're not used to covering the course for the golf course, which is actually not able to be covered generally by traditional insurance. And so I think the way that primarily this is done through brokerages, but there's a variety of distribution methods, educate various end buyers at all scale that this kind of risk management is now possible and they can think more holistically about how they cover risk, I think is the big barrier. And I think really connecting with the various end buyers about their specific pain point, whether it's crops not being able to get to market during a flood, if it's a golf course needing repairs for, not being able to golf while the course is underwater, or it's a government that is on the hook for a lot more than public property damage. Like, we need to educate them in the way about the risk, about the specific pain point that they have, in order to just build up the sort of education and to purchase these and fill these gaps with these new products that are now available.
Yeah. And so I think leaping off of that, I think Sid has kind of established why these products might be necessary. Bessie, you've talked about, how we should find out about them, what use they have. Max, I want to ask you about kind of what are the kind of public policy and then, financial services industry policy barriers to actually offering these products? Let's just talk now in the United States, across the country.
Yeah, that is a good question. The answer is kind of like a combination of commercial and regulatory, and also like what I'll call human geography questions. As Sid kind of pointed out, people are moving and building in places where there is higher risk of exposure. And if you are an insurance company that has traditionally sold property insurance, usually you are trying to evaluate, right, and see how you can make money by insuring a given location. And unfortunately, that is like harder and harder to do, which is why you see in places like Florida, in places like California, and other places, insurance companies choosing to leave and not write entire states or entire geographies versus write them non-commercially. A big part of the reason that they can't write them non-commercially is that the exposure has changed, but also that the regulators are not allowing those insurance companies to increase the prices on products that exist in the admitted market, right? That's home insurance, it's personal lines products, it's small commercial, et cetera. And so really what you see is a enormous flight of exposure from the admitted markets to the excess and surplus markets, where products like parametric products, although certainly not only parametric products, can help fill those gaps and basically help people get the coverage they need at a price that hopefully they're able to pay. If that process is going to be fixed, I think there's a lot of different like regulatory kind of decisions that can help accelerate it. Parametric products are not new. They've been around for a long time, but certainly many insurance companies, I think, have pause around the fact whether insurance products that are parametric are going to be regulated as insurance versus regulated as derivatives. There's oftentimes, it's important, it's like a contextual analysis that really dictates whether a product is one or the other. Clarifying that, so basically, CFTC action stating that all parametric insurance will qualify for, the same insurance safe harbor as all insurance products do, I think would help. Similarly, I think, pronouncements by the IRS, much to the same, would help. And then lenders being more accommodating of products in places like California, Florida, and elsewhere from the perspective of, insurance that does or doesn't satisfy obtain and maintain requirements would also, I think, accelerate adoption. At the state level, you also have 50 states that have to amend their, insurance laws describing what insurance is and how it works. So there's definitely a lot of work to do, which is why I think the opportunity is large and also complicated.
Yeah. I know as Paul Graham says, do things that don't scale. It seems like going in front of 50 insurance commissions and the CFTC and the IRS would be a classic example of something that doesn't scale very well. I guess, Max, to kind of follow up on that, is there a world in which these types of policies get out of the E&S world and into the admitted world? And how would that affect what you do?
Yeah, I think like that world is already here in a small number of cases. So there are certain states in the US that have already made the decision to admit parametric products. Usually they are for smaller limits, and usually they are for what I'll call narrow use cases. So I think like the overall trend is quite positive. We've also seen wider adoption of these products in certain, more niche spaces like the captive insurance market. Certain states have basically affirmed that parametric insurance contracts are, acceptable and sellable in the captive space. So I think that will continue for sure. I do think that, more full-throated adoption or promulgation of some kind of like model act by the NAIC, for instance, would definitely help push states toward faster and wider adoption. So we'd be excited to see stuff like that happening as well.
And Sid, similar question to you. What are kind of the regulatory or financial logistic barriers you guys have had to expanding your business?
Yeah, that's a long list, to say the least. I think, we actually started very in a different route. We actually started more with derivatives, transacting parametric products with more sophisticated counterparties, which is a requirement on the derivative side, and then added insurance after that. Because part of it is, yes, the fragmentation of regulation across 50 states does make it a challenge as a smaller entity to get all of those licenses in place and make sure you're adhering to all the regulations. I agree with Max that I think the admitted product list will start growing. It's something that we are also very focused on. I think the future for parametric, especially in the property and so real estate space, if you will, is hybridization, where parts of your policy are traditionally adjusted, because again, we're not there yet where the whole thing, your whole home insurance is not ready to be parametric anytime soon, right? That would require a very different landscape of sensors and things like that. So part of it is traditional, and part of it could be parametric for the growing deductibles and exclusions. And so those kinds of things would be ideal as an admitted add-on rather than as a surplus add-on, because then you're mixing a lot of different regulations around surplus lines versus admitted lines, which operate very differently. I think we operate internationally, and when you add that, the outcomes rapidly grow in terms of possible regulatory barriers. But yeah, getting MGA licenses in different jurisdictions, getting comfortable with insurance versus derivatives law. A lot of countries are actually only now starting to even have separate laws for parametric. What are the other interesting regulatory blockages that we run into? Is the inability of many jurisdictions to handle collateralized reinsurance. It sounds like a very niche issue, but that actually keeps capital out of these markets, right? Everyone wants a rated reinsurer, for example, but the other route is to have a non-rated reinsurer who puts their money in collateral and trust as security. But many jurisdictions are unable to handle that route. But if you want to get alternative capital in these markets, that's your fastest way to get that going. So it's not just on the consumer side. There are a cascade of issues you run into because we operate from the start to the finish, so to speak. There's a cascade of issues you run into as you try to expand these markets.
So I think everyone watching this will know why there's demand for these products, but I want to talk a little now about the supply side, about the kind of technological, especially both software and hardware innovations that make these types of products possible. So Bessie, I was wondering if I could ask you, because I know you've done a lot of work on this. What is their kind of the technological developments of, say, the last decade that have made flood-based products? What are the big ones that make what you do possible?
Yeah, there have been several, but I think there's really three key big trends that have enabled the kinds of insights about risk, both in near real time and about risk overall. And those would be parallelized computing, so just more computing power. There would be the availability of direct observations, not just simulations. For us, that really starts with a plethora of satellite observations of the entire globe from a variety of sensors in the air that now have long histories. And then, of course, computer vision and AI, which just crunches all that data better. It really is the combo of all of those in concert that lets us analyze the Earth and phenomena in a fundamentally different way, which I would say is based on direct observations of the phenomena and then making inferences from that, rather than having to run simulations based on less data, which does have a real role. And there's real things that a climate simulation model can do to try to understand what's going to happen in 500 years in this location or 100 years, or a hurricane where we don't see a hurricane of this type happen very much. And so we need to run 10,000 simulations of that to try to understand. There's a real role for that. But with those three trends that I've just talked about, we can actually use a lot more direct observation, which has just a lot more both precision and accuracy over time and space. And so our data is equally accurate in where we work in Nigeria to help with predict famine for the US government and governments there, as we do for golf courses and Formula One in places in the US.
Great. And it wouldn't be a panel hosted by a VC firm if I didn't ask a question about artificial intelligence. Also on my mind, I wrote a story about OpenAI yesterday. It's also on my mind as a journalist because I worry that my job will soon be replaced by these things. So before that happens, Max, I was wondering if you could talk about how you use AI and what new AI developments actually are you using every day in your business?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think like the everyone obviously does love to talk about AI, and I think in insurance in particular, there are clear applications for those kinds of technologies for certainly Gen AI as well. But we see, frankly, most of the value, certainly most of the use cases that we use AI for on a weekly or daily basis to be, I would say, like a little bit like smaller, a little bit less, call it. In vogue in the large language model sense. There are a lot of data science and data engineering problems that, due to the scales involved, require sophisticated but certainly not particularly new AI techniques to process and basically do in a way and at a cost that is achievable and sellable. And so on the climate side, there's certainly issues like those that Bessie flagged. Those same problems exist outside of property as well. So honestly, though, like I would say a significant part of the value is in technologies that are kind of far to the left of AI in terms of complexity, which is a good thing because AI is also, it's very exciting, but it's also very new, particularly some of the generative applications that everyone is getting very excited about. So maybe that's like a halfway dodge to the question, Matt, but
It's okay. Sid, same question to you.
Yeah, so I have a academic background in math and stats, so I was obviously get asked a lot in VC meetings, and my first thing is that it's basically graduate level stats being given a nice marketing, label. So that's fine. For us, this was actually the core of how it started. We didn't call it AI. We never branded it as such, but all our underwriting is algorithmic, and it is essentially working through the there's a different kind of AI you need if you're trying to get the 0 to 15-day forecast better, right? And that's like Google's GraphCast, and some of these other things have done amazing work in that aspect. Where we operate is in the sort of 1 month to 11-month out window, right? A lot of our business is seasonal stuff, right? Farmer comes to ask for drought coverage, or wind farm says, I need the 3 to 6 month period. I just don't want to deal with low wind speed hurting my revenue, etc. So in that realm, it's been very interesting to sort of watch as we've been working, and we're constantly hoovering up academic papers on the topic, but AI is starting to make inroads in that arena, which is the sub-seasonal to seasonal window. There, it's a much more of a statistical, less physical aspect, though there are some physical processes that do matter, but the mindset is very different. And so there, we spend a lot of time and effort in constantly improving those aspects. So what are the different trends going on in the climate space? As Bessie mentioned, the availability of satellite and other types of data, obviously, it starts to become not just a nice to have, but you kind of need a lot of, again, machine learning statistical techniques, some of which you would call AI in some ways. But you need a lot of that to make sense of that time window, and to say, okay, what is the likelihood of heat and dry? How correlated is it going to be? The other aspect is we are running portfolios of these risks for our capital providers. For us, it's not just about the chance of a heat wave in a particular area. A lot of the work for us is around, well, what is the chance that they all get correlated? What is the chance that you'll have a drought and a heat wave in both the US and Europe, as well as in Australia, right? Those are the things that will actually start to top up losses far greater. You can have a little bit of a drought here, maybe it's a flood in a different area. As long as the risks are balanced, we're okay. If risks get unbalanced because of how climate zones, like imagine a simple example is El Nino happens, well, now a whole bunch of areas of the world get correlated. So how we sort of deal with that constant shifting stuff. And I was a systematic trader on Wall Street, so there was a lot of this kind of similar mentality. I'm trading oil, I'm trading cotton, I'm trading zinc, I'm trading corn. Okay, they're not exactly related markets, but they do have common threads. So that kind of stuff forms a lot of the core of our underwriting. And that's where we would say, like, if you want to focus on where AI is being used, is really to understand the climate better.
Yeah.
I would like riff on that for
yeah,
one
go
sec.
ahead.
Sorry, Matt. I think like that's like a great way to describe the shape of the question, or I guess like the shape of the problem. I think like there's like the parametric market's been around for a long time, frankly. It's like since like the 90s when these products were originally offered. And so like the data's been around for that long, and models have also been around for that long. And certainly data has gotten better, right? It's gotten more frequent, less latent. Models have gotten better. But like, and what we have not seen is like those improvements resulting in the market for event-driven products expanding in the way that many people hoped and thought it would. And so I think it's worth asking, like, the extent to which this problem is a modeling problem, is a data problem, versus, I think, to a point that Bessie made earlier, a problem about, let's say, market education, about scaling some of these issues with software versus the data and the models themselves. And I think like the seasonal versus sub-seasonal issue that Sid raised is a great description of that, because like sub-seasonal models for sure have gotten a lot better, but insurance carriers still think of the world in annual terms. So it's like for a problem like that, it's like the models have gotten a lot better, and surely for derivative use cases, right, that matters a lot. If you're pricing a 2-week, the likelihood of a rainfall within a 2-week harvest cycle or something. But for the perspective of the carrier, if that fundamental product structure doesn't change to subannual, it's like a much more muted impact on how they kind of like think about the world as well.
Yeah, if I can riff, since we're riffing. Yeah, I mean, I in many ways agree with that we've not seen, I think, the potential or big promise of parametric product in the insurance industry. I think hit what we all think clearly in this room is their full potential. I do think there's some areas where there's some perils specifically where the market is really starting to grow and hit what, I think some estimates I'm seeing is like a few billion in premium. And that's for, I think, named storm or wind, hurricane, and then quake. There's certainly others exist there. And these are places where there's fairly reliable, and has been for a while, data sets where everyone kind of comes together. And this is a pretty accepted, or at least like fairly trusted way to know a earthquake of basically this size happened in basically this area, and therefore we will execute the insurance on this level. I do think that having more reliable, and beyond that, just like actually trusted data sets that are like that, I think it is the starting point, to Max's point. It's the starting line by which we can then build up the rest of the ecosystem around it. But I strongly think the potential is there, in the sense of coming back to what we were talking about earlier. Now that we have, I mean, many of us agree, the reliability around many of these, I mean, let's just say, in my case, sort of a direct observation of flooding through satellites and computer vision anywhere in the US hourly, what kinds of products could then we transact on top of it? And how does that balance out what Sid was talking about earlier, the risk that he may have on his books or another carrier may have on their books elsewhere? So now that we have the data, can we add in diversified risk into these books? And I actually think we're starting to see states, to come back to the regulation, that are pretty eager to see these new products come in. So you just take a state like California, which we do a decent amount of work in. There's obviously a lot of bad insurance news that's been coming out of California recently. Pretty problematic for the state. We can certainly talk about why that is the case. The flooding is actually sort of a less understood, but a fairly significant peril there. Atmospheric rivers cause over $1 billion of damage every year. It was $7 billion in 2023. There's a very low penetration there, but now the state is really eager to add in more products that can cover that, parametric or otherwise, and the carriers are thrilled to get more risk there, and so it just makes commercial sense to balance out. So, just kind of a winding thing to say, like, as we can take a step back and think about how we grow this stuff layer by layer with the availability of data, building out some of the regulation components and lining up the incentives of everyone to just make these things commercially viable, and I think start really pushing through to hit some of the potential that I agree with you, Max, and Sid, is certainly not fully fulfilled right now.
Well, I know we're running very low on time, so I think we're going to do a very quick, maybe not the right word, but lightning round. All right, I want someone to name a place in the United States, not California, not Florida, not Louisiana, where you're really seeing an uptick of interest in these products. Sid, start with you.
Well, we do a lot of work in the Midwest, so I would say that Texas and Oklahoma and those areas.
And is that flood, wind? What is?
It's more agricultural drought. And by the way, one of the world's largest parametric programs is actually run by the U.S. government for pasture and drought, or the PRF program, showing that if you design the program well and put the right, subsidies and all the different regulatory things, the market is there and helps with customer education. But those are active areas for us with various crops in those.
Great, Max, and same question to you.
Cool. Anywhere where storm surge is significant, particularly where that surge is hurricane or storm driven, but after the storms have been kind of like graded below hurricane status. So I'm thinking of like the New York region, right? Everyone says Hurricane Sandy. Sandy was a superstorm when it hit New York, and yet still caused massive flooding damage. We're seeing a lot of demand for flood in the New York area. Products are usually government sensor based and or installed sensor based.
And Bessie.
I also think the Midwest and Texas is interesting, but I'll actually just say that I think the banking industry, I think is going to be a big place that takes this up. I actually think using products like this in order to address credit default and bankruptcy is things that we've seen across various sectors. So we have products that are looking specifically at agricultural loan default. So if a major event happens and the farmer can't pay back their loan, that's a problem for the farmer, the bank, and the bank's customer in future years. And I think as we're just looking at the amount of climate risk that's baked into the banking industry now, I think products like this are going to look really attractive at the point of origination or even just putting insurance in after the fact. And I think we're going to see a lot of creativity there.
Well, I think that's as good a note as any to end on. Obviously, a lot of exciting stuff happening in this space, and I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about all three people and all three companies on this panel. So Bessie, Max, and Sid and SOSV, thank you so much for taking the time to do this and for bringing this together. I learned a lot, and hopefully everyone in the audience did as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that session, Matthew. Your questions laid out a very nice framework for understanding the insurance dilemma. One big takeaway in this category, and it's far from alone, is how regulation stands in the way of progress. We're hearing more and more about the regulatory hall of mirrors as startups enter the real economy. For our next introduction, I am going to tap one of my colleagues at our sprawling facility in Newark, where startups are doing everything from battery chemistry to green steel production. Let me introduce Ji Ke, who is a partner at the firm and the CTO in Newark. Ji is a mechanical engineer by training who joined us from the legendary design firm IDEO. Ji brings a unique arsenal of experience in factory automation, product design, and high-speed machinery. He excels at designing complex mechanisms for a wide range of industries. Ji, come on down. Good to see you.
Good to see you, and welcome to our workshop.
Thanks. Well, so you've been with SOSV for 8 years. How many companies have you worked with on their product designs over that period?
Oh, I think I'm lucky enough to work with almost 200 companies at SOSV.
And can you tell us what surrounds us here in this lab?
For sure. Yeah. So we are in our mechanical workshop. So we have machines like the CNC behind us doing autonomous milling. We have our lathes, we have our manual mills, and we even have a welding station all the way in the back. The key here really is about how do we reduce time of iteration for the companies we invest in.
So rapidly iterating product design by building a product, next week building another version of it, next week building another version of it.
Exactly, but probably not every week. We're talking about every day. In fact, that we have a group of we have a group of engineers all over the world to help with this. So, for example, 3D printers are networked online. So our team in Pune, who does a lot of computational engineering, who does a lot of 3D design, CAD design, when it's their daytime, they send the finished design to the 3D printers. So when we come in the morning, we pick it up and start assembling And so the iteration goes much quicker, hopefully goes much quicker.
Working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yes.
Very, very cool. Thanks so much for the work you do here. And I'll leave you to introduce the rest of the show.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Chief.
Our next session is decarbonizing shipping. It's the last frontier in mass transport. Maritime transport produces nearly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and the UN's International Maritime Organization declared that the industry needs to reduce its carbon output to zero by or around 2050. Creating heavy fuel oil, the primary energy source for shipping today, will require investments and innovation in everything from new fuels to wind propulsions to reducing hull drag, as well as regulatory updates to level the playing field among shipping giants. We have a great panel that can address all those questions, and my colleague Duncan Turner, General Partner and Managing Director for HAX, is the moderator. I've been fortunate enough to work with Duncan for over 10 years, first at IDEO, where he led design and engineering innovation for Fortune 500 companies, and now at HAX, where Duncan invests in mission-driven founders with groundbreaking technology. Fortune also recently recognized Duncan as the #1 seed investor in climate tech. Over to you, Duncan.
Thank you very much, Chi. And now for our session on maritime decarbonization. This is a topic which is actually very close to my heart. It started really with meeting one of the panelists here today, Elizabeth from Neptune. Back in 2018, HAX was looking at different areas to decarbonize, and we were mostly looking at manufacturing because that's the area that we knew well, and stumbled across Neptune, which I've described as love at first sight. We thought the team was just fantastic. They were creating huge impact in an area that was kind of honestly unseen to us, despite the fact that I was living right next to a shipping port at that time. Hadn't really noticed the fact that there are these huge container ships and other ships going around the world producing huge amounts of greenhouse gases. And so we started to invest more in the space. We're up to now 10 investments. But if I kind of look at the VC activity into maritime decarbonization, actually it's very, very small. If you take like transport and look at all the VC dollars that have gone into transport, maritime decarbonization is just about 10% of that, even less actually over the past 10 years. And in the past 4 years, there's been a very large acceleration in decarbonizing the airlines. And so to me, this seems like a great opportunity for investors, for founders to look at. Turns out when you start to scratch the surface a little bit, there are some really good reasons why people have not worked on decarbonization. And so today I am joined by 3 panelists who are all experts in their area, who are going to talk a little bit about what they're doing and how we can accelerate some of the technologies that are there, also some of the challenges for the industry. So by way of introduction, I am joined by Kazumi-san, who has been at NYK for decades now, and is head of the decarbonization side of NYK. They're taking a very forward-looking approach to decarbonizing. I'm joined by Terry from Altaseas. Terry was formerly the secretary for the EPA California under Governor Schwarzenegger, and now is heading up Altaseas, which he'll talk all about as the president and talk all about in a bit. And then lastly, Elizabeth, CEO of Neptune Robotics, an awesome company that's just making some fantastic progress decarbonizing this hard-to-abate sector. Okay, so the first question I have actually really is for Elizabeth. Elizabeth, we first met you 6 years ago. You've been in the sector now for all of that time. How has it changed, and what are some of the drivers in the industry which are helping the adoption of dual technology?
So thank you very much, Duncan, for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be in the panel about decarbonization. So we started 6 years ago, right? When we first met, we were the 3 of us, and it's been and we are developing robots and software to help vessels improve their fuel performance. So in this process, there has been a lot of progress in this industry, including the IMO when we started, there were not many policies around the world or in different countries to motivate decarbonization. And there were limited commercial work, at least according to public information back then. But of course, later we understood that a lot of the huge shipping companies have been working on decarbonization projects secretively or internally. So across the 6 years, we have launched our robotic hull cleaning services in more than 60 ports now. And I would like to mention especially the IMO MEPC 378 guideline last year. There was a guideline issued by the IMO officially in biofouling species, and biofouling is what you grow, what the vessel's hull grow along the time if you do not clean it. And that's what creates the friction when you sail. And cleaning off these biofouling really help improve the fuel efficiency of vessels. And last year, the IMO issued an official guideline in dividing the types, the rating, and what level of biofouling requires hull cleaning, as suggested by the IMO. And I think this was a very, very strong push by the IMO in starting with a guideline and perhaps very soon with more regulations in the future of mandatory regulations. And it has helped all of our clients in making decisions, making informed decisions, making fair decisions, and standardized decisions on when to clean and how to clean and in what frequency. So I think we have been very lucky. We started 6 years ago and not last year, because then we were much more prepared for these international regulations. And thank you very much, for investing in us and following up in all of our rounds after the initial investment.
It's been a fantastic journey so far. That journey really started though with looking primarily at cost saving as well, right? So fuel is one of the biggest costs within the maritime transport sector. It emits more I think 50% more than the airline industry in terms of emissions because of the types of fuels that are used, but the cost is a large driver, and that's something that you've been concentrating on as well. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. According to our data, more than 66% of a fleet's cost is on fuel consumption, and that can go even higher. When our clients switch to alternative fuels, and what we are saving for our clients are between 6% to 18% of their annual fuel consumption via robotic hull cleaning. So it will depend on the frequency of cleaning and the level of biofouling of the vessel before clean. And that's a huge amount of money when you know how big global fleets are and how much of fuel they consume every year. And I think this will become an even more difficult and more costly side of the expense when our clients switch to more greener solutions in the future. I'm sure Kusumi-san has a lot more to add in this.
We'll talk all about fuels in a bit, but before we do, I just wanted to open up to the others. What changes have you seen? Any significant changes, let's say since COVID, since everybody started looking at the world as something which was precious and something we needed to protect? How have you seen in each of your roles changes within the industry?
I don't know if it's been since COVID, but I think, as Elizabeth mentioned, it all starts with policy. To me, the solution to the climate crisis is policy, technology, and finance. And the policies, whether they come from IMO or whether they come, in my case, from the state of California, demanding cleaner fuels, at least along the coastline or in ports, emissions reductions in the ports themselves, which we'll talk about, or whether it's the shippers and the big companies like Amazon that are putting products on ships that are demanding greenhouse gas reductions. You can't change over that infrastructure quickly. And so I think many of them are looking for solutions like this, where if you can at least get more fuel efficiency, that's one way of reducing emissions, not just greenhouse gas emissions, but in ports all over the world. We've talked to over 150 port and terminal operators in the last year, And one common theme is that their communities around the ports are suffering from bad air quality. And a lot of that, of course, has to do with trucks and traffic coming in and out of the port. But if you can reduce it from the ships and from the container handling equipment and the other activity in the port itself, then you'll improve the conditions around the ports for those communities.
Elizabeth, you work quite closely with ports. What do you see that they care about, and why are you working directly with the ports?
Yes. So when we started, not a lot of ports cared about this, and not a lot of ports even heard of robotic hull cleaning. But today, when we approach, new ports that we're expanding into, the first question that they ask is, okay, is this an environmental solution? And how environmental you guys are? They assume that the technology is already there, and as long as the technology is there, the next question is it has to be completely environmental. And when I say environmental, it means when we conduct hull cleaning, we have to collect the debris while we conduct the hull cleaning. And this was very difficult without the technology. Without the technology, it's impossible. For example, for divers, when you conduct cleaning, you cannot pick up all the debris. That's only, and this is only possible with robots. And nowadays, when ports know that there is existing technology that can conduct environmental hull cleaning, they go for environmental immediately. And a lot of ports are even, thinking of stopping the not as environmental solutions, because everyone knows that ports. After the global regulations, next step would be the ports. The ports would be the middlemen that support the global regulations, and the global regulations plus the port regulations combined would really push the industry, the shipping companies into, okay, whenever I conduct hull cleaning, I have to go for the environmental solution because this is what the IMO suggests me, and this is what the port how the port regulates. So these days we see basically all ports that we reach out to, they are asking for the most environmental solution, and that's what we're giving them.
We've mentioned IMO a couple of times. Kazumi-san, I know that that's an organization you deal with quite a bit. I'd love to just understand a bit more about your relationship with them, how they kind of implement regulations and what the impact is for you.
IMO stands for the International Maritime Organization, which is a UN agency which sets standards and regulations for the safety, security, and the environmental protection issues in international shipping. So we are a Japanese shipping company, but we are not governed by the Japanese law, but we are governed by the regulation under IMO. Because it is a UN agency, it contains about it is member states is about 175 member states. So, but because NYK Line is a commercial shipping company, we do not have a voting right, or we don't have a chance to state our opinion in the IMO meeting. Rather, what we do in the IMO meeting is to give a technical and commercial input to Japanese delegations, and in that indirectly to reflect our opinions in the IMO meeting. Which for the environmental issue, MEPC meeting, which Elizabeth mentions, which stands for the Marine Environmental Protection Committee. In that committee, now the big discussion is going on what kind of the GHG midterm reduction measure should be implemented. And once that regulation is implemented, we are regulated by that. And talking about the fuels, many people think that the future fuel is like a e-ammonia or e-methanol. But unfortunately, that kind of the new e-methanol or e-methanol and e-ammonia cannot be available maybe until 2030 or so. So, from 5 years. So until that time, what we do is, we say that very traditional way to reduce emission from the vessel. One of the very strong option is, as Elizabeth mentions, hull cleaning. Abatement cost for the GHG reduction, I mean, how much we have to spend or to reduce the emission. I think the house cleaning is the most effectively and the most cheap to reduce emission. And we are actually forming the partnership with Elizabeth Neptune to reduce our emission. So taking this opportunity, I have to thank you very much for that, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you for the joint study. It's amazing. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, just talking to IMO, I know that they accelerated the goals recently, and as we mentioned, there's been a lot of talk around fuels, and I do want to discuss that because they provide, in the future, a way to get to net zero. But as you mentioned, they're going to take some time. And I believe there was an acceleration just over a year ago to 40% reduction of GHGs from the maritime sector. So aside from robotic hull cleaning, what other technologies are you looking at to implement? This is for Terry and Kazumi-san. What technology are you looking to implement in the near-term future while we're waiting for some of the fuels to come online?
Well, I would say the ports themselves. So Alta Sea in the Port of Los Angeles is a nonprofit that is dedicated to advancing the blue economy in every way. So that includes port decarbonization. As you say, a lot of focus is on the ships and the fuels, and it's great that we have near-term solutions that can just make existing ships more efficient, like Neptune. That is really fantastic. And Elizabeth, I want to circle back to you because I can't tell you how much excitement I have heard from different ports and shipping companies. But the ports themselves, of course, are the source of a lot of emissions from all the container handling equipment. Here in the Port of Los Angeles, for example, we have over 3,000 pieces of diesel container handling equipment that all has to be electrified by 2030. And all of the drayage trucks, tens of thousands that haul cargo in and out of the port, have to be zero emission by 2035. So there again, the policy is driving the technology. Technology is there, but it's expensive. And of course, things like battery electric container handling equipment works, but the duty cycles are not always perfect. Takes a long time to recharge batteries. And many ports don't have enough electricity if everything was electrified tomorrow. So we're also looking at hydrogen electric. But in that case, the new equipment hasn't been mass produced. It's expensive, and the fuel itself is expensive. So there's a lot of hurdles to overcome. Not to mention things like the ports themselves, where many ports around the world are just the landlord. It's actually the terminal operators that are responsible for what's happening on their terminal and the emissions from those different vehicles and so on. And so you can work with the ports and they can push and they can set policy, but ultimately you've got to get to that next layer of business and make the business case to the terminal operators as well.
So for the international shipping, I think the way to reduce the emission is maybe two ways. One way is to lower the carbon intensity of the fuel, and the second one is raising efficiency of the operation. And the lowering the carbon intensity, as I mentioned, the future e-methanol or e-ammonia cannot be available until 2030. But at this moment, we are using biofuel, biogas, and LNG, which can reduce somewhat for the carbon intensity than the traditional fuel oil. And the second one is to raise the energy efficiency of the vessel. We are using, again, this is a traditional way, but this is operation-wise. We are using such as a weather routine service and minimize waiting time and loss of time so that we don't have to use so much fuel. In addition, for the technical measures such as low friction paints and wind assist, air lubrication system, weight heat management system, and other energy saving devices, most effective way to reduce to raise energy efficiency. And again, hull cleaning and the propeller cleaning is one of the most effective way to lower emission from the vessel.
I'm glad we're talking about ammonia. I think if we had done shipping decarbonization panel without talking about ammonia, we would have been hunted by a variety of different people. Terry, I'd love to just discuss this a little bit with you, because ammonia, and methanol, and a variety of others have huge promise, but in particular ammonia. However, it does come with some challenges, and a lot of those challenges are really to do with how you store that ammonia, bunker it at the ports. Wondering if we could just get your perspective on those alternative fuels as they relate to implementation within the ports.
Well, you raise good points, which are that many of the communities around ports oppose ammonia just because it's obviously potentially hazardous, although it's being used all over the world all the time, but it makes it difficult to get permitting in many cases. Of course, to make it green or truly sustainable, it's going to come from hydrogen. Instead of coming from fossil fuels, that's got to be green hydrogen, which is expensive. We're looking at projects that we're seeing in Saudi Arabia, for example, using abundant sunlight there to electrolyze water and turn that into hydrogen, then convert that to ammonia to make it easier to transport and bring it all the way to Los Angeles, where it's then turned back into hydrogen. So these are very extraordinary products or projects that will take years and years to bring to fruition and will be very challenging economically. So I do think we have to look at what Koizumi-san was saying and what Elizabeth is saying is get every ounce of efficiency that we can first, because that's things that can be done in the near term. And then also look at the ports themselves. And then we're seeing new technologies that will actually do scrubbing from the emissions. We have one company, actually there's a couple in the Port of Los Angeles, Stacks with an X, and Greener Port Solutions. There's a third one that when at least the ships are in port, they'll put a cone over the smokestack of the ship and clean the emissions. But now that is being made portable so that can actually be installed in a couple of containers on the ship, and it scrubs the emissions while the ship is underway. So that may be something that, again, is an interim solution, not only because, as Koizumi-san says, it will take quite a while to get these fuels deployed, but there will be regulatory pushback or community pushback, and they therefore won't be available everywhere. Of course, if a ship gets to one port and fuels up and then gets to the other port and can't, that's a problem.
Right. Yeah, carbon capture on ships is an interesting area. I've seen a couple of companies, another one called Seabound, that I think that is a direction that should be explored. One thing that strikes me is that the port would need to be involved with taking the carbon dioxide off the ship at the end. Is that something that you've explored? Are there challenges there?
Yes, and one of the companies we've looked at is called Carbon Ridge, and they have a program along those lines. Of course, it depends what form you're taking the carbon or the other emissions, how you're capturing them, what form they're in when you then take them off the ship. But that's something we're all very familiar with. We see break bulk handling all the time and gas handling all the time, coming and going from ships. In many ways, that may be easier to permit than even some of these new fuels. And then, of course, it's not just permitting the fuels and having the bunkering available, it's getting someone to produce those fuels. So, to shipping companies like NYK, you need the off-takers to sign the contracts to say, look, if you build it, we will come.
Koizumi-san, is carbon capture on ships something that you've explored?
Yes, this is an option, but we believe that the carbon capture is kind of not so much efficient way to use on the ships, because once the carbon is captured and it has to be stored in on board either the liquid or solid side, and to keep the carbon on the liquid and solid, using energy. And once the carbon is captured, this has to be discharged by from the ship, and somewhere stored somewhere in a rig. So this involves so much carbon as well, of course, costly. So I think even though the carbon capture is possible on the ship, but I think that using on the land basis, like carbon capture from the power plant is the most effective. Even though we do not deny that that the height of the emission, because we can continuously use fuel, traditional fuel, but we are questioning whether this is efficient or not.
Now, some alternative fuels outside of traditional HFO have been started to be used in the industry. Elizabeth, have you seen this with some of your operations? Are you starting to now see alternative fuels being used? Does that change anything about what you're doing?
Yes, we do. These days, since last year, we've been seeing LNG bunkering in ports that we operate. Obviously, ports are a lot more concerned compared to bunker fuels. And whenever an LNG bunker vessel comes by, everyone stops working and until it starts bunkering. And I think this is a very good direction because although LNG might not be the best in the future, but it is one of the best solutions now. And it's seeing our clients, bunkering LNG and then conducting robotic hull cleaning by us environmentally, we really see shipping companies, including NYK, they are doing all sorts of ways and in squeezing every bit of efficiency, fuel efficiency and the carbon reduction here. So conducting hull cleaning and with LNG and probably doing something else, something more on board. And everything within 16 hours of port stay. And we do a lot of these operations these days. And we understand that, every bit counts. And it's very it's a very supportive opportunity. But it's only available in a very limited port these days. So within the 60 ports that we cover, I think less than 10% have LNG right now, but I think there would be a lot more, and it will take time for the ports to also implement different sorts of alternative fuel and different solutions.
Kazumi-san, you have alternative fuel ships at the moment. How is that going to change? I mean, you also transport a lot of energy, so how is this kind of change to these exotic new fuels that maybe, as we just heard, made in one country and then shipped halfway across the world to be bunkered in another? How does that affect NYK's business?
Well, in terms of the fuel transition, we have been using LNG for the fuel for more than 40 years. So we have a lot of the experience about using a gas fuel. But because the LNG contains a carbon, so I don't think that this is ultimate, the fuel. What we are looking at this moment is ammonia. And actually, we have been developing a technology to use ammonia safely and efficiently. And in August this year, actually, we delivered the world's first commercial operating vessel tugboat, which is fueled by ammonia. So we are now using ammonia tugboat to commercial purposes to see whether this is safe and this is efficient way, even though this is still in a gray ammonia. But to prove that the ammonia can be used as a marine fuel, maybe if the time has changed, that the ammonia is available, we can operate ultimate zero emission vessel. And by 2026, we will deliver the ammonia gas carrier, which is propelled by the ammonia. So this is our challenge. And start using LNG as a kind of the technology for the using gas fuel. We are developing a new energy to use the ammonia. And obviously, we are looking at methanol as well. But the methanol, technology is already proven. So the availability is, whether if the e-methanol is once the e-methanol is available, we can quickly switch to the zero emission vessels.
Fantastic. All right, I think we're just about at time. Were there any last thoughts from the panelists?
I would just add, again, sort of some focus on the ports themselves, because in the meantime, while LNG is being used, which is a fossil fuel, but it's cleaner than typical bunker fuel, et cetera, there are ways to reduce the overall carbon footprint of goods movement. And that's really what's happening here. The ship is only one part of that, the port being another. That's why the hull cleaning is so important. That's why decarbonizing the port activities themselves are so important. And I think there's opportunities, of course, for cold ironing, where obviously the ships come and plug in. There's many ships that still haven't converted, and many terminals that haven't converted, so the ships can turn off their engines when they're in port. And of course, that's not the most amount of fuel that they're using. It's when they're underway, but every little bit helps.
Right. Yeah, and as you said, it's polluting the local environment, and that's an area that people often live in.
Yeah, I think the cooperation between among the ports and the shipping company and shipbuilding company and service providing company like Neptune can work for the shipping zero emissions, because shipping is categorized as a hard to abate sector. So every effort has to make zero emissions. So the cooperation among the parties related is the most important.
I just want to add in the end that please come to see us in Singapore. We'll be in Singapore very soon. We look forward to launching in the world's second biggest port in the world, and see you guys in Singapore in less than a month.
And Elizabeth, an open invitation to come demonstrate your product here in the Port of Los Angeles, the largest port in North America.
Yeah, well, definitely. That's the goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. This has been truly informative, and I hope it inspires investors and entrepreneurs to look at this sector. I think there's just a world of opportunity here, and I hope to see some new technologies coming out of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan, Elizabeth, Takuya-san, and Terry. I love this panel because it highlights the many layers involved in creating what the SOSV team refers to as sustainable economies. No single startup will decarbonize the sector. At best, each new technology will make a meaningful incremental dent. And even then, adoption will require lots of thoughtful collaboration between global industry associations, regulators, incumbents, and newcomers.
Hi, I'm Maria Gallucci. I'm a reporter at Canary Media, and I'm here today with Pete Johnson, the co-founder and CEO of Coloma, a geologic hydrogen company. Coloma has raised over $350 million in recent years from Coastal Ventures and other prominent VC funds to tap into what has largely been an untapped energy resource, naturally occurring hydrogen, which is sometimes also called primary hydrogen. So Pete, can you help us set the stage, give us a bit of the history of geologic hydrogen, and then kind of a bit about your own history, how you got into this space?
I got into the hydrogen space about 12 years ago when I founded a company called Monolith Materials. That's a methane pyrolysis business. And, there's lots of ways we make hydrogen. We can make it from natural gas in a few different ways. We can make it from electricity. I ran that business for 6 years. I'm an engineer by training, and then I got pulled in to work on investing with an oil and gas private equity firm, looking at lots of different ways to invest in hydrogen. And I was sort of going about my own merry ways, and my friends from Breakthrough Energy Ventures reached out to me, and they said, hey, we want you to come help us found and run a business in the geologic hydrogen space. And my first reaction was like, go away, guys. I only do serious things. I've never heard of this before. And so, it's interesting. Like, 3 years ago, nobody was talking about this. And now you have like the Times, the Journal, like everybody's publishing articles, geologic hydrogen. So it's become a really big topic of recently. But let me tell you, my first reaction was, I don't really believe this. And then I started to look into this. So let me talk a little bit about the science of this and where this comes from, and then kind of the history. So there's a reaction that happens underground in the earth where water interacts with iron-rich rock. And the water oxidizes the iron in the rock, and that frees up hydrogen gas. And that reaction happens, probably a lot faster than oil and gas reactions happen, but it's still slow on sort of a modern day times. Think thousands of years as opposed to millions of years. But there's hydrogen seeping out of the ocean in the mid-Atlantic Rift. There's hydrogen coming out of steam vents in Iceland. There's hydrogen seeps identified on every continent of the planet. So we know that the Earth produces vast amounts of hydrogen with this reaction that happens under the ground. And that science is really well accepted. That's a process called serpentinization. And there's really no debate that that's been going on for a time immemorial and will go on forever. The bigger question is, are there places where hydrogen is being formed underground, but then being trapped and accumulating the same way that methane is helium? And that's really the question that needs to be answered with everybody who's in the geologic hydrogen space. Is not, does hydrogen form? It's the question of, does hydrogen accumulate? And can we find it? From a historical perspective, a group of people drilled a water well in Mali, Africa in the 80s. And there was an accident that they drilled this well. They didn't find anything. They didn't find as much water as they hoped, but the gas started coming out of this well, and the gas lit on fire, and it didn't look like methane gas. It was an invisible flame. And they realized they were pulling 90%-ish pure hydrogen out of this well. So this was a long time ago, and not a lot of people paid attention to it. But, for a long time, they've been producing electricity in Mali, Africa, using hydrogen flowing out of the ground. Now, that's not a giant asset. That's not a huge reservoir. It's pretty small, but it kind of set off a lot of interest in this space. And so as you kind of think about, why is this suddenly interesting now? Well, part of it is that it hasn't been that long since people really started turning their attention into finding really interesting ways to do business with hydrogen. So this is just kind of sequentially happening after that.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. And I'm curious if you could talk a bit more about sort of what about naturally occurring hydrogen kind of makes it difficult to identify, or, why haven't we been able to kind of tap into it in the way that, say, we have with oil and gas?
Yeah, so, it's important to remember that we haven't really been in the oil and gas business that long as humans. Like, we started getting into oil and gas like 150 years, right? Somebody found some oil in Pennsylvania, and that started people realizing, okay, there's this source of energy on the ground. And so now we're really good at finding that oil. Haven't been after it long. Geologic hydrogen is formed in regions that are not typically contiguous with oil and gas locations. So if you were looking for hydrogen, you're not going to go out and drill in the Permian Basin and Marcellus Shale. You're actually going to be drilling in totally different places, looking at completely different source rocks. Because of that, there are not a lot of wells drilled or geophysics studies done in the regions that are the most prospective for geologic hydrogen. We have a lot of data that we've purchased and acquired through various means of wells that have found hydrogen, but almost all of them were an accident, right? I was drilling for oil or gas, or helium, or water, and I found some accumulation of hydrogen. I'm not sure what it means. We have a lot of that data, but most of those are right on the fringes of the most interesting places where you'd find hydrogen. So right now, Coloma is running, the world's first multi-well intentional exploration campaign looking for hydrogen. There's going to be a bunch of other groups like us that are going to come in and start doing this. But you have to think about it. It's like when you're not exploring for something, finding it by accident, if you're drilling in all the wrong places, is not very likely.
And I wonder if you could talk more about sort of what's driving Coloma to do this work of intentionally looking for these resources. Obviously, there's a lot of interest, as you mentioned, in sort of hydrogen. What would it mean for climate, for the kind of the broader energy transition if we really were able to fully produce this geologic hydrogen?
So before I decided to jump into this, so just to be totally clear it up front, I am not a geologist. I am not a reservoir engineer. I'm not a drilling engineer. I am a topside engineer. My career has been in developing technology and processing gas and producing gas. So I know the hydrogen markets and the hydrogen customers a lot better than I know geology. And when I first started thinking about this, I kind of did the math and I thought about what changes if we can find hydrogen that costs the same on a volume basis as natural gas, right? And, we don't know that we're going to be able to approach those costs, especially early on as, more and more capital is going to exploration. But from a long-term perspective, it's very viable to believe that you could produce hydrogen on a per volume basis at roughly the same cost that we can produce methane. And what changes if we can actually do that? This would be a primary energy source, meaning that you're not converting electricity to hydrogen or converting natural gas. You're pulling this out of the ground the same way we pull gas, oil, coal, and uranium. be the world's first new primary energy source in 100 years, right? And what changes? If you can pull hydrogen out at those kinds of competitive, you're talking about sustainable aviation fuel for about the price of kerosene, carbon-free. You're talking about ammonia-based fertilizers that's cheaper than anything that we can produce today, fossil-based ammonia. You're talking about base load, demand response, load following power for 7 cents a kilowatt. Holy grail number that is, you know, on the level of sort of the impact of fusion. So as I started thinking about, well, if this is really as big as we think it could be, and we can deploy the exploration tools we have, modify them a little bit to really have the same kind of level of success and probability of success that you have exploring for oil and gas eventually, I mean, this will be kind of a skeleton key in decarbonization where you can really accelerate decarbonization because of the price point that I think you could achieve with this as a primary energy source. So I was all in. You know, there's a lot of risks here, but, you know, decided, look, like, this is a really big swing, but from an impact standpoint, I don't know that there's anything else out there that could have as big of an impact. That's not to say that it's a done deal or it's a sure bet. Like, there's a lot of risk here, but if it works, it's going to have a huge impact on the way we're thinking about energy transition.
And given that Koloma is kind of entering into kind of a relatively new space, doing something relatively new, how do you go about building a team for that? What kind of skills or expertise have you brought on board? You know, you mentioned some overlap with oil and gas. Maybe you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, so maybe I'll give you a case study here. So my two technical leaders in my business, my co-founder, Tom Dara, who was a professor of geochemistry and geology at Ohio State, and basically was running the world's leading testing lab looking at oddball gases all over the world, developed a bunch of artificial intelligence tools and satellite imagery-based tools, and is essentially the world's leading expert on this kind of reaction and this kind of source rock, and has built a bunch of these sort of AI machine learning tools that allow us to access broader sets of data and really sort of enhance the power of data analysis. I combined Tom with our head of exploration, whose name is Tim Chisholm, who came from Hess and was actually the guy responsible for finding the Guyana play, which is one of the world's last giant oil fields. So, like, classic example of, you know, great science, great data meets oil and gas exploration. And so if you look at my team, I've got data scientists, I've got geologists, I've got reservoir engineers. It's like a combination of AI data science with oil and gas. And we try to tap into mining and geothermal because geologic hydrogen shares some similarities across the board. But, you know, we're taking oil and gas professionals who know their trade and really skilled at it, who want to deploy it, looking for the world's next primary energy source that's carbon free. And it's a great place to put oil and gas talent that the U.S. has to work in the energy transition.
It's interesting. It sounds like, of course, you're not just bringing the people over, but also maybe some of the tools and technologies, as you were mentioning, that they were developing. Could you talk a bit more about sort of the tech side of it, or how you kind of go about looking for and eventually producing geologic hydrogen?
Yeah, and it mirrors the discussion about skill sets, right? We have a bunch of data-driven AI tools and other things that we are working on specifically for geologic hydrogen and source rock analysis, system analysis. And then we pair those with, you know, shooting geophysics, 2D size, 3D size drilling wells. I mean, these are things that the oil and gas industry has owned over the last 100 years in the mining industry. So it's kind of a combination of new tech that we're developing in data-driven tech plus the old tech. And I'll give you an example. When hydrogen seeps out of the ground, it leaves kind of a scar on the land, what's called an ovoid or a fairy circle. And Koloma has developed the technology where we can use different spectral satellite imagery, and we've identified every seep on the planet using AI image recognition. Finding a seep doesn't guarantee that you're finding an accumulation, but it sure increases your chances. So that's a use of kind of a new tool in satellite imagery to go help be in the right locations. The next step on top of that is coming in and using oil and gas tools, shooting seismic, understanding what the subsurface looks like under that to figure out if there's any traps. And so, again, it's a combination of new things and oil and gas tools, mining tools.
And you talked earlier about the big potential, how transformative it could be for the energy system, for the climate, if we could unlock geologic hydrogen. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit more on sort of what's needed, what steps have to happen for it to become cost effective and kind of become a competitive energy source.
Well, I think the big first step on hitting the cost targets you need is that we've got to get better and better at exploring for it, right? I mean, you have to account for exploration cost into the cost of production the same way that we have to account for R&D costs in the cost of drugs, right? Like if medicines were just about the manufacturing costs, they'd all be really cheap, but there's hundreds of millions of dollars that go into developing the medicines. Exploration is the same. So you have to believe that as Coloma and a number of other great groups start launching into this exploration, it's going to take a bunch of misses before you find the really big plays. So you might find a small play here, a small play there, and the rock's okay, and a little bit of hydrogen comes out, and your costs are higher. And this is all comes down to how much gas can you get out of one well, right? And if you can find the absolute biggest plays, you're going to get really, really low costs. But it'll take years and years of exploration to find the Permian Basin equivalent of hydrogen. So our costs will come down as we get better and better at finding things and have fewer and fewer dry holes. And that's just typical exploration.
And I know a challenge for all forms of hydrogen, sort of regardless if it's natural or, man-made, face a challenge of getting the fuel, getting the energy to where it's ultimately needed, which adds a lot of operational costs. How do you think about that in the context of geologic hydrogen and how that kind of fits in?
Yeah, so hydrogen is expensive to move, right? And that's because, look, you can move it by truck as compressed gas, you can move it by truck by liquid, or you can move it by pipe. And those are the direct ways to move it. And the cheapest way to move hydrogen is by pipeline. We have 1,600 miles of hydrogen pipeline in the country, and we know how to move hydrogen by pipe. But it's hard to permit pipelines, and there's a lot of sort of fixed costs involved in that. And so the great thing about hydrogen is if you look at what hydrogen is used for, most of the uses of hydrogen are to produce valuable liquid forms better, like sustainable aviation fuel and ammonia, and sometimes to produce power or use it in steel. And the experience is that as we've gone out and we've talked to people who want to develop hydrogen-based asset, and we've said, hey, we're exploring in this region over here, and we think there could be a lot of hydrogen. Would you be interested in moving the site that you're trying to develop over closer to us so that if we are right that there's hydrogen, you'll be sitting on the lowest cost hydrogen anywhere in the world? And the answer has been affirmative in every case, that we expect early on, the first big finds of hydrogen, you expect the infrastructure to be built close to the point of production. And that makes sense, and that follows history. The reason why all the refineries are in Houston is because that's where the first big oil finds. So the resource was discovered first, and then the processing facilities were put on top of the resource. And then as more resource was found in broader places, that's how the pipeline networks developed. We expect a similar thing to happen. If geologic hydrogen can become as big as we hope it does, we expect it'll start out by infrastructure located close to production, and then slowly you'd see pipelines connecting resources and those things. And then it's hard to say like exactly the timeline that'll go. There's a lot of variables, but that's what we expect. And that's kind of the feedback we're getting from potential customers who would develop SAF plants and ammonia plants partnered to us.
Well, and that was a follow-up question I had. And I'm curious what you would say, how close geologic hydrogen is to commercialization or kind of establishing sort of this infrastructure as you were just talking about.
Well, I mean, so the bulk of my startup experience, so I've done a lot of startup companies. The bulk of it is, you've got a machine that you're trying to develop, and you're taking it through a pilot scale and a demo scale, and then you're getting ready to build your first of a kind commercial scale. And you kind of have like 2 or 3 years on each of those steps really to go. And you have a pretty good feel for how long it's going to take. With geologic hydrogen, where you've got us and a number of other companies that are out there starting to explore, It's a portfolio approach, and you're trying to spread the risk out and share the risk. But, nobody quite knows when the first big finds are going to happen. We've found some stuff that we think is really interesting. We're still working on trying to understand the commerciality of it. But nobody knows when like that first big eureka moment could happen, right? We're all drilling, we're all looking at different places. I can give you the timeline from when that happens, when you have like really big find. It's probably about 3 years to that being sold commercially. And that's mostly because it'll take 3 years for somebody to build an ammonia plant or a SAF plant next door to you. You could have the hydrogen flowing, and we can drill wells really quickly. Like I could drill all the wells needed to produce a lot of hydrogen on a big reservoir in a year. But the lag time will be building out the infrastructure to buy it. So I think it's sort of, think about 3 years from the first big discovery. We're running a big portfolio approach. We think, in the next 2 to 3 years, we expect to have some big discoveries under our, so, if you add A to B, potentially 6 years to seeing like a lot of gas flowing into something commercial if we're successful.
And I was wondering, as kind of part of that development, that timeline, the role that you see of offtake agreements, kind of in a different industry. Fervo signed a major agreement with Google, for example. So are there any kind of potentials or similarities with what you're doing in geologic hydrogen?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, like lots of people want to get that offtake, right? Everybody wants to have an option. So if we're successful, they're waiting with open arms to take that hydrogen. So we have 6 MOUs signed. We have some binding agreements signed. Very, similar types of customers as Fervo, and very different customers, right? They basically have one customer, which is electricity demand, and hydrogen you can do a lot of different things with. So we have commercial agreements in ammonia, in SAF. We're working on one in power, a bunch of different things. But yeah, we have a lot of that offtake interest. Again, I think that the challenge, right, is that this is early, and there's a lot of capital that need to get put in place to build out the infrastructure. And so we've got to hit certain de-risking milestones on our side to get a partner comfortable in putting steel in the ground to accept the hydrogen. That's a chicken and egg game that anybody who's been a CEO of a startup clean tech company knows that game well. You try to de-risk in time while you're trying to get your partners ready to buy your product. But we're very similar to what they're doing.
And it seems that there's obviously huge investor appetite despite the risk, despite the uncertainties. As we mentioned earlier, Coloma's raised over $350 million. So could you, I guess, just to kind of wrap us up, talk a little bit about what you're seeing from investors, why there is such appetite?
Well, I mean, if you just point back to the potential impact of geologic hydrogen, I mean, most of the investors who are investing in Coloma also have investments in such companies, clean energy companies. And when they got wind of what we were doing and, the data sets we had and the head start we had, it was sort of like, this could change everything. This could be a fund maker for the investors. There's not a lot of investments in clean tech that could just go 20 or 30x return. It's just too hard of a sector. So I think a lot of shareholders want to be involved in this and want to have, 5 to 10% of their fund exposed to something with this kind of an upside and this kind of an impact. It's not for everybody. Like, exploration risk is different than pure technology risk. And a lot of investment shops are really geared towards assessing, technology readiness levels and what's the tech and are you a pilot or demo? This is the different kind of risk. So the people who are best at understanding this risk are oil and gas investors, but it's a little bit early for them in this one. So right now, primarily we're seeing the interest out of corporate strategics and venture and sort of climate tech venture. We expect in the next 2 to 3 years, as more people get into this space, that we're going to start to see more and more capital come out of resource investors like oil and gas investors.
Well, great. Pete, I think that's all the time that we have, but obviously there is so much more that we could talk about. I appreciate you taking the time, and thank you everybody who tuned in.
Yep. Thanks. Great talking to you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Maria and Pete. It's really incredible how the momentum to decarbonize is driving so many fantastic new ideas. Let's hope the pursuit of geologic hydrogen turns into a blockbuster new source of energy. I'm here with Chris Kantrowitz of Quorum Earth. And we look at many areas of decarbonization. And one of the areas is in improving the efficiencies of our agri-food system. Chris, what does Quorum Earth do?
Quorum Earth has developed a non-toxic biopesticide targeting the varroa mite, which is the main cause of bee colony collapse.
So you're trying to save the bees.
We are.
And this pesticide operates differently than other pesticides. It's very targeted.
Yes. We figured out how to take parts of the fungal kingdom and get them to genomically change themselves to have very specific traits like targeting a specific pest, having heat tolerance, having UV tolerance.
And then you're just able to drop these into hives, colonies of bees, and wipe out the fungal.
Yes. Basically, the spores fall in, they hit the varroa mites, they start to eat them, and they die.
Simple.
Yeah.
And very impactful.
Nature killing nature.
The best way. All right. And we're going on to the next session. Thank you very much. For our next session, I'm sending you back to our San Francisco office, where Mohan Iyer will do the honors. Mohan is a general partner at SOSV and brings a deep operational experience of someone who has worked for 25 years as an operator, entrepreneur, and leader at several life science startups, including Pendulum Therapeutics and Second Genome. He started his career as an engineer in the early days of Genentech and has a master in biomedical engineering from Duke. Mohan loves working with genius entrepreneurs to help them create, scale, and exit meaningful new companies. Over to you, Mohan.
Thanks, Sean. Over my last 25 years here in San Francisco and Silicon Valley, I've seen innovation come to life that is beyond my wildest dreams. And our next panel is very much in that zone. Unexpected innovation, though it's not yet realized and may never be. And therein lies a very big controversy. Our session is entitled SPF 1000, Modifying Solar Radiation. If you didn't get the joke, as far as I know, there's no such thing as a 1000 sun protection factor on a sunscreen. But protecting the entire Earth from excess solar radiation might call for it. Global temperatures have already hit record highs 13 months in a row. It's reasonable to ask whether decarbonization is moving fast enough. What if extreme weather events produce terrible death tolls? One response could be to pump sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere to cool the planet by reflecting the sun's energies away from the Earth. Controversial? Sure. But more than ever, the object of well-funded research. To tackle this tough topic, we've asked Cipher's senior science and economics correspondent, Kat Clifford, to moderate this session. Before joining Cipher, Kat helped launch the Climate Desk at cnbc.com. By the way, don't miss Cipher's breakout session this afternoon at 1 p.m. Pacific. You can find it in the agenda. Kat will be leading that as well on the topic of mapping new clean tech across America. But now for the next main stage session. Over to you, Kat.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here today. We have three really great expert leaders in the geoengineering space with us to learn from. Just going to give you some brief introductions. David Keith is a professor in the Department of Geophysical Sciences at the University of Chicago and the founder of Carbon Engineering, which was acquired by Occidental Petroleum for $1.1 billion in 2023. Janos Pastor is the former United Nations Assistant Secretary General for Climate Change and the former Executive Director to the now former Carnegie Climate Governance Initiative, which was an organization that advocated for the importance of establishing governance frameworks for sunlight radiation modification technology. Ryan Orbuck is a partner at the climate venture capital firm Lower Carbon Capital, where he leads the Carbon Removal Fund. There's a lot of confusion in this field because there's some lack of consistency in terms that are used. And so just before we get into the meat of the conversation, I'm going to do a super fast lightning round of terminology definitions, just so that we all know we're all talking about the same thing in this conversation. First off, geoengineering more broadly is the intentional, large-scale manipulation of the Earth systems of this planet in an effort to reduce the impact of global warming. It's worth noting David is on our panel. He was probably the first to articulate this definition in a paper he published in 2000. All right, so now geoengineering more broadly is divided into two categories. You have carbon dioxide removal and what's often called solar geoengineering. Carbon removal includes technologies that remove carbon emissions from the atmosphere and includes things like direct air capture and ocean fertilization. The term for the second branch of that category, solar geoengineering, that the IPCC uses is solar radiation modification. That means changing the albedo, reflectivity, or sunlight reflection of the Earth. This category includes stratospheric aerosol injection, marine cloud brightening, and even things like using space mirrors. The conversation today is going to focus on stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, which involves spraying aerosols into the stratosphere to reflect sunlight away from the Earth and to cool it. Most often, the aerosol that is discussed to be used in SAI is sulfur. Now, lightning round, where I'm going to ask my panelists to step in here to do a little bit more table setting. David, what is our technical capacity to execute SAI today? Is it being used anywhere? Has it been used anywhere? And what research and innovation is needed now so that we can actually deploy?
It's not being used anywhere. It has not been used anywhere. And no research and innovation is necessary to deploy it, in the sense that the technological capacity to do it exists today. Let me say a little more about what I mean about that, because I think it's quite important. The physical infrastructure doesn't exist today. So we don't have the exact right aircraft and the ways to load the right sulfur compounds on them. But all of that stuff, the technological ability exists in the sense that some entity, let's say a major country, doesn't have to be the biggest country in the world, could go and procure that from, through a request for proposal process, and would get multiple credible bids, in the sense that there's sort of commercial off-the-shelf technologies for developing the supply chain for the sulfur compounds and for the aircraft. You would probably initially start with modifications of existing aircraft and then later build out new build aircraft that can go to higher altitudes. Optimal altitudes are around 20 kilometers, twice as high as a conventional transport aircraft flies. But those aircraft can be built with existing design codes and existing construction methods and even existing engines. So there's no research challenge here. This is a development challenge if that's what we want to do. I believe there's a really pressing need to do research, but that's not the question you asked.
Great. That is all really helpful information to get the conversation, the table set for this conversation. Janos, how is SAI being regulated at a national and international level? And what needs to happen for a productive regulatory framework for SAI to be developed and agreed to?
Well, thank you for this. The simple answer is that there is no regulation either at national or international levels. But let's just remember that we're not just talking about regulation, but the broader governance, which includes regulation by governments and, of course, actions by lots of different actors in society. And in that context, some governance is actually emerging, also at the national level and at the international level. We had, for example, the reaction to the Make Sunsets Initiative. Mexico drafted a legislation to ban it. In the US, I understand right now that there is some developments in NOAA to have different reporting requirements for solar radiation modification related activities. And at the international level, we've had for many years now the Convention on Biological Diversity, of which the US is not a party, but many other countries are, that provides non-legally binding guidance to countries on what kind of activities they can undertake. We have a group of scientists who are trying to stop the use of solar radiation modification and the related research. We have attempts at the UN Environment Assembly to introduce decisions to undertake activities which hasn't succeeded. But I think it will come back again. And even the UN General Assembly has some legal framework for governance of the atmosphere. And within that, there is some relevant decision. Now, very briefly, in terms of what is needed, I think it's increased societal conversation is absolutely key about the risks, benefits, and governance challenges and opportunities of using or not using this technology, and involving all stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels.
Thank you. That is really great summary. Really appreciate that. And Ryan, going to turn to you. Where is venture capital being invested in SAI right now? And is lower carbon invested in any SAI companies currently? Are there any plans to do so that you would want us to talk about publicly?
By and large, there's essentially no venture being invested in SAI at this point. We have not yet made investments in the space. I think the way we see it is we invest across three main areas: emissions reduction, carbon removal, and then sort of a historically smaller category that we've referred to as sort of buying more time or more broadly climate adaptation. So far, companies in that area are providing new forms of fire or flood insurance or helping emergency management associations respond to weather and natural disasters and those sorts of technologies. We don't see sunlight reflection as necessarily categorically different than some of those other buying more time tools. But I think the way in which it's structurally different is that, to David's point, I think the only practical customer in a scaled way to do sunlight reflection that would matter for the climate is a government or coalition of governments. And so far, no governments raised their hand and offered to purchase this, right? I think, to David's point, like the way you'd see this play out is very plausibly some notion of a government contractor, government procurement relationship, but that would bridge potentially startups, heavy industry, existing aircraft manufacturers, existing chemical manufacturers, and like actually doing this in practice looks like running a small diplomatically sensitive airline. So we have yet to make sort of specific investments in this space, but we think that as the damages of climate change continue to mount, the idea that this deserves serious consideration and could be done in the coming decades, I think we'll take quite seriously.
Should for-profit startups be investing in SAI? And if so, how can they do so responsibly?
Okay, happy to react. And should they or should they not? It's a challenging question, and especially if we look at the atmosphere, the one global atmosphere that we have, which is considered as a common global good of humankind. And in a perfect world, one would imagine that governments, like Ryan, you just mentioned, that governments would decide to do or not to do. And if they decide to do stratospheric aerosol injection, then they would decide how to delegate parts or all of those activities to the private sector, right? As they often do for different areas. But unfortunately, we live in a very imperfect world, and it's getting, in fact, even more imperfect by the day. And the reality is that we have actors, some for-profit and some for not-profit startups that are actually engaged in doing research and development in this area. They exist. And I suspect that others will follow. So, and they're doing this in a context where there is no governance, there is no societal acceptance, or for that matter, rejection of this technology. And governments are not taking their responsibility seriously, in my view, by sort of ignoring what's happening. And so in that context, I could share with you, if it's okay with you, a few points that I learned in my work with this one of these startups, the Stardust company, who asked me as an independent consultant to write a report about governance challenges that arise from their work. And I could share with you 9 points very briefly, and maybe we can discuss them one by one. I think the first point was that I felt that they have to really go out of their way to go beyond the immediate needs of the investors. It's something that can be done, and they need to do that. So it's not just simply about money. The second is that they have to be clear that the actual solution to the climate crisis is emission reductions. And yes, stratospheric aerosol injection can be a supplement, a time-limited supplement to the actual solution to address some of the impacts. And that, I think, would help to reduce the moral hazard argument quite a bit. The third is that, and I think, Ryan, you mentioned that already, that it has to be states, sovereign states, to decide whether or not to deploy, and if yes, how and by whom, and if no, how to deal with the implications. Now, undertaking research and development, I think, is very different than actual deployment. And I think I think we would agree with that. The fourth point is that they can encourage
development of governance frameworks. Things are happening, and these companies can also participate in one way or another to help these processes along. The fifth point is that they can encourage a moratorium for deployment until the knowledge, the sign of the risks, the benefits, and the governance challenges raises to a point where one can make evidence-based decisions on whether or not. And that, I think, also helps in the so-called slippery slope argument. The sixth point is that they have to adapt a very high level of transparency, as much as the IP process, the intellectual property process allows, about what they're doing and what they're planning to do. And in that relation, also undertake active outreach, but in part to ensure that their work is scientifically reviewed, and in part that they engage with some kind of advisory group to get the inputs from different stakeholders. The eighth point was that they can actually develop their own voluntary code of conduct until actual regulation is available. And finally, to explore options for how to deal with the IP. How can one make it freely available to governments, or how can nonprofit actors perhaps engage to purchase the full rights? There are different ways of dealing with IP, as we have seen in the past with different technologies. So that's something to explore further.
What is the state of the scientific knowledge about what would happen if we deployed this? And I think that's the most important thing that drives or ought to drive people's decisions about how to regulate, what to do. I think the answer is that if you look at all this climate modeling over now 2 decades and broad climate science, if you're talking about hemispherically balanced and relatively small deployment, the evidence appears very strong that such deployments would reduce most of the major climate hazards almost everywhere. It's really quite kind of stunning. The big question is, can we trust that science? What's the probability that science has missed something? And I think repeating the same climate model experiments won't work so well. What we need is more trusted assessments and a different kind of science that focuses on finding the gotchas, the unknown unknowns, because that's the central question that at least concerns me, and I think ought to concern decision makers. Moving on from that to corporate involvement, my position is that I'm deeply skeptical. I'd say I oppose involvement of for-profit companies in the core SRM technologies. And here's why. I think companies are great, or can be, at innovating to reduce the cost of technologies in the cases where purchasers can pretty easily evaluate for themselves what the technology does. So if you're talking washing machines or wind turbines, with appropriate controls, capitalism can work really well. But for solar geoengineering, as I kind of just said, the challenge really isn't innovation so much. And it's really not, in some sense, a new technology. It's applying a broad piece of science that's been evolving for 100 years. The question is trust in the predictions. And I don't think that public companies or private companies do a good job generating that trust. That's in general not who we turn to for predictions like that. Companies, in fact, I think are singularly bad at that. They are inevitably internal dynamics where they tend to exaggerate how well something works and play down the risks. And finally, one other crucial thing I didn't say. You asked me earlier about whether it was deployable, and I said yes. I didn't mention that all that could be done initially for costs that are really quite tiny compared to the cost of other climate actions, costs that without any innovation are at the order of a few $1 billion a year today to kind of get started in a serious way. So cost is, if you like, not a problem that solar geoengineering has. The problem is trust and uncertainty, and those don't seem like things where private innovation is likely to be that useful. To be clear, any action that gets done involves some private suppliers. I mean, there's supply chains to do things. So if there really are aircraft doing things, there will be private supply chains to do them, even if those aircraft, which could or could not be actually owned by governments. So I'm not saying zero private involvement, but to me, the issue is private involvement in the core technologies for actually understanding and monitoring this idea.
I think maybe two things. First off, David, the idea that we should just arbitrarily trust some private company to both do and then also check the entirety of their work and tell us whether or not it worked. Totally agree with you, right? I think that there will be roles for private industry, both as technology providers and sort of core system suppliers. And I do think there might be more room for innovation than it appears today. But in general, this is sort of why I keep going back to, in practice, this gets done in partnership with state actors. And their procurement processes and their regulatory processes for this must provide a sort of check on anyone's pitch, right? And like the reason I don't have a sort of, oh, like the rogue machine of capitalism will take the world into a deployment that nobody wants is that there's no revenue on the other end of that today, right? Like in practice, like some wealthy person throwing billions of dollars into deployment with no specific state backing and no specific customer on the other end, it's actually more like a philanthropic endeavor than a business, right? And I think like the importance of the technology and innovation work and the importance of, you know, additional research on the climate impacts, additional research on governance and so on, is so that the world's governments can understand that like this actually might be an option on the table.
Totally agreed. But I agree with you about who the actor is. But I think the big question is, if there's some company that has some particular technology, they're going to be trying, because it's in their interest to do it, even if it's also true that they sincerely believe it, to pitch it to governments in a way that shows as well as possible how great it is and downplays the risks. And it seems to be like,
yes,
we don't,
and governments need the capacity to evaluate that.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Like I'm totally with you. Right. And I think that there will be both good and bad actors pitching their thing. Right. And I think to believe that this is going to get deployed effectively and safely, a lot of what we need to do is build the capacity for state actors to evaluate the impact of these things, both on their country, on surrounding countries, and on sort of the geopolitical.
Great. But that's fundamentally through the atmospheric and environmental geosciences. And there we have things happening. Actually, one of the international things happening that's quite important that Janos didn't mention is the very acronym-y and boring sounding, the World Climate Research Program, which is one of the oldest and most stable international organizations, period, has a thing called the World Climate Research Program as part of that. And there's now a lighthouse activity, a formal activity that's international goal-setting, real activity for internationalizing SRM research. That's the kind of thing that I think builds research capacity and trust.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there.
Yeah.
I'd like to come back to a word that David used quite a lot, trusted. And I think that's really important. And I'd like to compare how that works both in the intergovernmental world and the private sector world. So one of the reasons why when I was working with Stardust, with the company, to work on the transparency and the outreach is precisely that they develop a certain level of trust. Now, whether that will work 100%, we'll have to see. But that's the idea behind that. At the same, if you think back at the intergovernmental level, and we worked on this quite a bit in my previous work, that the lack of trusted information about this issue was very important. So when UNEP finally produced this expert group report, the One Atmosphere, the UN Environment Program, then suddenly there was something on the table that people could trust from different countries, from different parts of the world. Now, that's just the beginning. It's not the end of the story, but it shows that this trusted information is absolutely crucial to get the governance discussions going and then eventually getting concrete governance actions done.
Yeah, agreed. I think one of the things that's important to understand about this, though, that's sometimes missed in some of the more technical discussions is like, it is fundamentally the case that no matter how quick and effective we are at emissions reduction and how quickly we can scale carbon removal, both of which are, consist of the vast majority of our investments, right? Like that's our incentive, is those two things. The sunlight reflection is the only thing that can impact like the specific climate damages that like many people in the world alive today are going to feel, right? And it's the only thing that can work in years, not decades, right? But it's also in many ways like a buying more time and Band-Aid solution, right? It's not a substitute for emissions reduction and carbon removal, but it can mitigate the damages while we scale these things up. And that's both around the world and in the global south. But it's also, my mom lives in North Carolina, right? They had a hurricane there last week. I don't know when this is going to show, where farmers who were out of even federal floodplain requirements can't even like claim flood insurance because they weren't in that floodplain, got just like totally wiped out last week. And the idea that we can keep telling these people like, no, just reduce emissions harder and you'll be okay. Like that's not a sufficient like way to address the impact of it on people's lives in the next few decades. And like, that's why I think work on this is important. and why like governments and other actors need to start taking it a lot more seriously as a nearer term thing to consider.
Well, I just want to ask one question to, so while there's some just discussion about whether or not and how private investment in this topic can and should happen, what do you guys think? Are there other aspects, other ways that funding should be going towards this space?
Well, government funding be crucial, the public funding for further research, and very interesting new development in the UK, the ARIA process, where suddenly there is, $75 million worth of money, public money available for research. Very interesting development, and that is a lot more of that kind of support is needed, I think.
Strongly agree. And I think it is worth thinking about the comparison between this and carbon removal. So they're both different from emissions cuts. Emissions cuts reduces the amount of atmosphere we will put in the atmosphere in the future, the amount we do make the problem worse. But emissions cutting does nothing to deal with a problem we already have. We could cut emissions to zero tomorrow and we'd still have the warming we have. The only way to deal at any given time with the warming we have is either carbon removal or solar geoengineering or some combination. That's the only way to deal with it globally. There's local adaptation. And I think there's really interesting ways to think about the risks between them. I worked for now 30 years and done lots on both carbon removal and solar geo, and it's normal for people to say that the issue is just that carbon removal is very expensive, but it's inherently a lower risk thing. I actually don't buy that. I think if you look quantitatively at comparisons of carbon removal and solar geo used to achieve the same end, a small reduction in temperature, say mid-century, the way at least I do the math, carbon removal typically looks more risky in terms of actual impacts on the ground.
But at the end, we probably need both, right?
You need to have the capacity.
There is already too much carbon in the atmosphere, so at some point you'll have to remove some, whether it's a few gigatons or many gigatons, that's a question.
For sure. I think of carbon removal as something that is vital if we want to restore the environment we had mostly after emissions are mostly down, then carbon removal is the only way to reduce the long-run risk. Whereas I think of solar geoengineering as a way to reduce risk during the time that CO2 emissions and CO2 concentrations are at their peak.
Yeah, I agree with you that the sunlight reflection reduces risk while concentrations are at their peak. I think the relationship between that and carbon removal is that, apart from the vast sort of like technical and engineering differences in the two, right? Like just to set the stage for this for a second, like when we think about carbon removal, we think a lot about mass transfer, right? Like how much material do you need to move to take that amount of carbon out of the cycle? And that could be moving air in a direct air capture machine. That can be moving rocks in an enhanced weathering or ocean alkalinization context and so on. And generally you've got to move like a ton of carbon to get a ton of carbon out of the air, right? And to move, 10 to 20 gigatons of carbon out of the air, like we hope to do as carbon removal scales over this century, you're talking about moving on the order of the mass that a number of heavy industries move today, right? Coal production is about 8 to 10 gigatons a year, just for like physical context. With sunlight reflection, we're talking about a few megatons of material placed very specifically to be able to have the impact of, essentially 1,000 gigatons of carbon.
It's a million to one ratio.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's really significant, right? And it is like so significant that it certainly isn't a substitute. I think that carbon removal plays an even more critical role in the world where sunlight reflection happens because it enables us to taper it down safely. But in practice, like the speed and scale that it can be deployed is unprecedented in sort of climate intervention broadly, right? Like there's no way we can change the grid this quickly. There's no way we can change the power system this quickly. Like it's really structurally different in that way. And I think that that's one of the reasons that more attention on this issue is going to be inevitable. And it's really important that the research is done by thoughtful actors and that the engineering and technology systems are actually built so that if the world wants to do it, it's actually there to use and not like scrambled haphazardly.
Strongly agree. Just to put one numerical context. So, because it's easy to think of putting sulfuric acid in the stratosphere seems so dangerous. But for context, humans put over 100 million tons a year of sulfur pollution in the atmosphere at the peak of pollution in the mid-70s. And a big volcano like Pinatubo put 8 million tons in the stratosphere. If you wanted to cool the world 0.5 degree centigrade late century, which would be a gigantic human benefit, saving hundreds of thousands of lives a year. I did not make that up. You need to put in 1 or 2 million tons of sulfur a year. And that is a really tiny number compared to those 100 or 8. And that tells you that we know a lot about what those consequences are.
We're already getting towards the end of this session, which is mind-boggling because I feel like this conversation is just getting started. But last question to all of you guys, sort of in the final words. If we're going to talk about government funding, that's one thing that I think you guys have all said is that we need more funding for research. Government would be a great place for this to come from. That definitely also comes back to this trust issue, right? If we're going to ask government to fund an idea that they don't understand or trust yet, how can we increase the trust? How can we communicate better? How can we initiate and build some of that trust?
I would start with the fact that until we're able to engage fully different parts of society in a conversation about what this is all about, the kinds of issues we were talking about now in this debate here, it will be very difficult for governments to do something, because governments will do something where they either have a strong political pressure or they really feel that something has to be done. And at the moment, neither is there. So that won't solve all the problems, but I strongly believe that serious societal conversations about this range of issues by different actors will help to eventually create the conditions where governments will just have to figure out whether or not to make use of this technology.
I think the best preconditions for trust are that research be as global as possible, but be researchers really distributed all around the world because people trust people they know more, and that research be open, completely open access and transparent. And then finally, I think that there not be excessive or really maybe any significant action by for-profits. I think that reduced trust in this area.
I think that totally with you on sort of the research transparency broadly. I think that maybe the one piece that hasn't already been mentioned by the folks who are more expert at it is just that this isn't even a thing that most governments are aware of, right? And like, it's hard to even talk about trust when they just like haven't heard of the thing and it has radiation in the name and it sounds scary, right? And I think that, there was some UN resolution in the environment program around additional research on this area, which was sort of notably in the press rejected by a handful of countries in the global South. And, I spoke with a friend who was involved in the resolution, and he spoke with the delegate from one of these countries shortly after they sort of expressed their displeasure with the resolution. And it was mostly in the context of, well, we don't know what that is. Right. And I think like that is a level of like, that is both the sort of NGO and scientific community not necessarily stepping into their role as sort of just explainers of the fundamental science on this, regardless of any specific view on whether or not it should be done. Right. And like, this deserves a conversation with government leaders that have the basic facts of what's on the table. Right. That this has benefits, has trade-offs, could be deployed very quickly, could be very inexpensive. It is the only thing that could affect your constituents' lives with the respect of climate damages during the time you're in office, right? That may mean we want it, that may mean we don't, but like, some of those basic table stakes have to be part of the conversation to really understand public trust and public response.
Just very quickly, I think governments, most of the time, they are now aware of this issue. They don't want to deal with it. That's a different problem.
I know this whole conversation is just getting started. It went by in a blink of an eye, but I just want to say thank you to all of you. I really appreciate having this conversation and appreciate all of your expert opinions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kat, Ryan, David, and Janos for that incredible conversation about this radical approach to cooling the planet. Quite the controversial topic that we are likely to hear more about in the years ahead. That's a wrap for day one of the main stage at the SOSV Climate Tech Summit. I would like to thank our sponsors, Goodwin Law and Carta, for helping us produce this event. We hope you enjoy the event and plan to join us again tomorrow at 8 a.m. for the second and final day. Thanks, and see you tomorrow.